Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Land of Sundered Crowns. The party is on the second floor of a deep, dark mine in the Dorvashi Woods, where you have discovered a mining operation run by the Goblinoids, where they were extracting what is apparently the raw, unprocessed ore that becomes the metal shards that you have discovered throughout this region. Um, in On this floor, you guys discovered an enchanted door that opened when you spoke the name of a dwarven scholar whose statue you found here. Within, you found what Naira identified as a Vrok, which is a form of demon trapped, apparently, in a magic circle. After a brief conversation, Wander displayed an uncharacteristic aggression towards this being, at which point you close the door again. It is now firmly closed behind you, and all five of you stand in the light that is emitting from Wander. Take it away.
Uh, Nyx is going to walk over to Wander. Just looking over him. How's he doing?
As in like health, or as in kind of body language?
Body language. I can roll an insight roll if you'd like me to.
Sure,
Let's
give
do.
me an insight. Yeah. Um, he definitely looks downtrodden. He doesn't look. I'd say with that, yeah, he looks a little dejected. The shoulders are kind of forward a little. He's leaned against the wall in the way where his would be spine curves a bit. Little sad.
Nyx is just gonna kind of regard you for a second and just say, buddy, why don't we why don't we take a walk? And he'll grab Wander's arm and just kind of start leading him uh, down and kind of back towards that intersection.
As you do, his head and eyes don't leave the direction of the door, but he follows. This is when Nick's sneak attacks Wander and just kills him. No more problem.
Yep, problem solved. You're
Don't
welcome.
worry, you.
Um,
We're gonna
the
old
rest of
yeller
you,
him.
please, Wander. When you tried to go through the door, did you have your holy symbol out? Like, was it visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to make perception checks to see if we notice the change, or did we just notice?
No, it was fairly obvious, given that it was fully visible, like on his body. There was a flash of energy that accompanied the change, so you're all definitely aware. You get here, the three the three uh, humans that you found down here earlier are all still kind of backed into the crevice. They perk up a little bit when you um, arrive, but don't say anything. They're all kind of crouched there holding the weapons that they scavenge from this area.
Um, Nyx is just going to face the water and then kind of look back over his shoulder and just say, "Are you all right?"
Seem to realize this is a private moment and back away.
Just oh shit, they're having a oh okay oh um. Just, the head's still kind of looking in the general direction of the door through the walls. Um. He just says, "I will be."
I've I've only seen you like that a couple times, you know, with Calcifer and when we were fighting some of those gobos. And he's going to turn and face you and then put his hand on probably like your arm somewhere and just say, I'm just worried about you. I know you don't know too much about yourself, but I feel like you're hurting.
At that, he kind of the gaze breaks and he just looks down a little and he says, "I don't hurt. I am." And then he turns to look at you and he kind of nods a little and just says, "I am okay."
Um, Nyx will reach out and like knock on your arm and say, "I'm not talking about this," and then he'll just point um, in the center of your chest.
And his head turns like clockwise. You know what I'm saying? Like tilts his head curiously.
I don't pretend to know much about anything that could cause you to be what you are, but you're more than just the shell. There's something deeper behind those eyes, Wander, and as your friend, I just want you to know I'm here for you if you need it.
He straightens up, kind of crosses his arms just loosely, and says, "I am sorry, but." He kind of starts to look back in the general direction of the door and just says, "It has to go. If you care." And then he looks back towards you and he says, "Help."
I'll do my best to help you, buddy. But what I need you to do, we need to be smart about this. 'Cause do you know what that was?
No.
Well, the one thing that the one of many things that I have learned from my sister is that knowledge is power. And we need a lot of knowledge if we're going to face that thing.
As you're talking, and after you asked him that, he's still listening, but you kind of see his gaze start to wander downward, and you get a sense that there's some sort of confusion, as if he's just now realizing like there's a step he missed in his emotions where he doesn't really realize what happened.
Hi.
Um, Nick's kind of watched this.
Oh, is that not muting? I am
No.
so sorry. God damn it, Discord.
There was a
I am
split
so
second
sorry
where
for everything about that.
I thought that was you for a split second, but then I was like, wait a minute, hold on.
And this is when he pounces. Um. Uh. Where is your symbol?
Usually it's like tucked away in a not hidden but compartment in his chest, but right now it's just kind of dangling around his neck on a necklace.
And it's changed again, right?
Yes? Question mark?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
It has changed back to the form in which you first saw it. The blazing longsword.
Nyx will stare at that for a moment, and then he'll look at you, and he'll say, "Now, I don't know too much about the powers that be and such, but I do know a lot about people telling you things to do, things that you have to do." And he won't touch it, but he'll point at the symbol, and he'll say, "That doesn't get to control you. It can guide you. Sometimes you may have to follow what it says, but ultimately it's up to you."
He looks at you with this strangely piercing gaze that's, for a creature with no facial expressions, you feel very serious in this moment, or at least a serious aura coming from him. And he says, "No one told me to hate, but I do." And he kind of looks away again and just says, "I don't like it."
Yeah. Hate's an ugly thing. Sometimes it can be useful. Most of the time it's hurtful. But you've got us. You're not alone, Wander. And then I think Nyx will kind of let that hang and let you look in that direction and just kind of uh like not too close. He's just letting his presence known, and he'll stand there with you.
The rest of you, what are you doing? You've seen Nyx and Wander head off into the darkness, the light shining from Wander disappearing around the corner, and you're left in the presence of the door.
Lorian literally just sits in front of the door.
Naira is clutching the bag that Wander had torn off his shoulders. Why do you suppose he wanted this?
Is that to Uther or just open?
Just out.
Oh. Couldn't say. Maybe it's just curiosity.
Does anyone remember how to say those dwarven names? I'd like to go in and have a look.
You want to take a look at it?
Well, yes, I want to take a look at it and the room and the circle that is keeping it there.
I can appreciate your intellectual pursuit and the desire of it. But have you ever dealt with something like that before?
Oh, well, I've read things about it. I could. I mean, I know what it is. I know what I'm facing. I just won't. You don't have to worry about me.
I feel like that's kind of my job, actually. Mostly, if I had my choice, we'd blow the doors and sink this whole damn cave in on itself.
Hmm. Yes, and I understand that impulse. The problem is I think that its presence here is creating these shards. And she sort of gestures to the backpack again. I think that if we collapse it and we just leave that thing here, eventually it'll spread far enough that it doesn't matter that we collapse the mine.
You see a really sincerely confused himbo look as like, no, explosions always work. It just needs to be big enough. If you're sure. I mean,
Well, I couldn't say 100%. I wouldn't say I'm sure, but that's why I want to take a look at that room. I think there was evidence that it was dispersing from the creature. And go ahead.
just mind you, it's gonna lie, try and deceive you.
Oh, yes.
Everything it says will be leading up towards enslaving or murdering you painfully.
And
It's its ultimate goal.
she is sort of smiling at you as you say this, and she goes, "Okay, yes, thank you."
Just a small little glint in the darkness as Lorium is looking at you with his one eye. Seated in front of the door with his sword on his lap. We agreed on an hour. You got another 55 minutes before I let you in there.
Well, I don't recall agreeing on that.
It's agreement wandering I made, and I said I'm not letting anybody in there.
Lorium, I appreciate your concern, but I think it's really important that I get in there before Wander comes back.
You have any idea what's keeping them inside?
That's what I need to go find out. It looks like it's definitely an arcane circle, and one of the things I'd like to find out is if it can simply be used to send him back.
Any chance you stepping in the room will somehow get you stuck in there too?
I do not believe so, but that will be the first thing I check.
what's your word?
I'm sorry?
He said, all right, what's your word?
I don't recall the name that got the door open.
Naira would, she being a genius and it only being a few minutes ago.
Thank you.
Literally 10 minutes ago.
It is Barathan.
And she will just say, Barathan. Does anything happen?
Is the door opening loud?
Not very.
Okay.
It is, especially for a door of this size. There is a faint kind of like noise of like a pulse of power in the air. That is the activation of the magic of the room. But the door moves with just the faintest sound of stone on stone, as though they're merely moving across each other, not the great weight. That as these doors open, you can see the door itself is almost 2 feet thick of the solid stone slab. But it moves aside very smoothly and very quietly, comparatively.
And my detect magic is still up, right?
When did you cast it?
It was-
oh yeah, actually, it was right before you opened the door. So yeah, I'd say you've probably got about 5 or 6 minutes left on your detect magic.
Okay. So when it opens, where do I notice the magical fields?
Okay. The entire room actually has a generalized magical field on it. The door itself is obviously a focus of it, the equivalent would be kind of like the control panel on a machine. The magical equivalent of that seems to be focused around the door. That's where all of the kind of knots and ropes that make up the spell kind of come together. The other focal point is the circle itself around the figure inside it. That is positively shining, glowing with power. The whole room just has this sense of solidity above and beyond simply what is real. This is real in a magical sense. This is anchored. You see, like you had kind of already gotten this impression during your first period in the room, and as the door opens and reveals it to your arcane sight once again, all that impression still holds true. As it does so, this figure was standing somewhat at bay in the center. It's looking at it. It's very tall, probably about 10 feet almost. The great wings that come from its shoulders, spanning even longer than that, probably closer to 12 or even 15 feet, as they flex slightly as it recognizes you. And watching the door open, and you see a moment of some kind of emotion pass over its face as it opens to reveal you and Lorium. And it goes, welcome. I'm glad it didn't take as long for the door to reopen this time. And as he speaks, sorry, go on.
I was going to say I will spend my actions to make sure that I know the schools of magic for the main auras.
Okay. So you're like focusing on that as this kind of is revealed to you. I'll give you more detail on that in a moment as you sort of focus on it. In addition to that, to the impression that you're getting from the magical fields, you're realizing that as he's speaking, or it is speaking, the words that are being formed don't match the movements of its mouth. There's something about the way it's communicating which isn't precisely heard. There's something about the way it's talking that is communicating directly to you.
Well,
But
that's creepy.
the fields of magic are primarily abjuration, which you know is like the focal point, the focal school for magic circles and similar kinds of enchantments and arcane focuses, and the whole room is like just awash with abjuration magic. Except you cannot see within the magical circle. There is this shell, this hard shell of abjuration magic that marks the boundary of the magical circle. And what did you roll before in your arcane? It was like 26. You know that is actually kind of the norm for the way that these spells work. They are almost like practically a pocket dimension in terms of their magical effect. And so it's the norm for magical sight to be impacted in this way.
Okay. And I will actually report there is nothing out of the ordinary about what I can sense about the magic. Mostly it's just protective spells. That's a good sign.
Give me another Arcana check.
Uther, I could use a vote of confidence if you got one.
I think you've got this. As I'll burn a Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll it. I like getting over 20.
D8.
Oh, D8. Why didn't I?
Slash R.
Slash R.
Slash
not
R,
slash.
thank you.
We'll get to you in just a second.
22.
22. Okay. So yeah, with a 22 on top of your 26, now that you've had a little bit of a longer sort of actual examination of them, and you're specifically trying to take in, learn as much as you can about the magics, you get two impressions. Well, three technically. The first is of power. This was at one point a incredibly powerful enchantment that was placed on this room. Like a great deal of care and a great deal of knowledge and power was put into making this room what it is. The second is that, as I said, at one point that was true, but whether through the extended presence of this thing or simply the ravages of time, that power has degraded over time. Thus, the spreading kind of corruption that you can see spiraling out. These lines in the floor that you can see are there. They are veins of darkness that spread in a spiral pattern from the circle. And you are able to, with a 22 and a 26, able to see that, or able to surmise that is as a result of the degradation of the magic in this room. It is hard to say precisely how long this process has taken or at what rate it is now occurring, but it is a definite process.
Do I think that there is a risk that the circle could falter?
Not immediate.
Okay. But it will, what I definitely guess is that it will over time.
Over time, yes. But it's hard to say whether that would be, a week, a decade, a century, a millennia. You don't know how long he's been here when the circle was first inscribed. It's hard to draw any conclusions.
And what was the third thing?
I wish I remembered.
Well, do let me know.
So power, time. Well, it was the fact that this the corruption was spreading through.
Naira is gonna just try and squeeze past Lorium if he doesn't stop her.
Roll an insight check.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, well then. Yeah, he's staring at you as you do this, and you can just tell there's a mix of worry, the slightest bit of fear, and extreme disgruntlement. But if you didn't roll so well, his gaze at you is very angry.
Oh.
But you can tell he's not angry at you. And he'll just say, 5 minutes.
That should be more than enough time. Thank you.
He won't move, but he'll let you squeeze past.
I am going to be incredibly careful and checking for traps and other stuff as well.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Wander and Nyx, we will come back to you, but this has all been happening within just like this whole process. A lot of it has been just the description of that she got, and she got that impression fairly quickly. So, like less than maybe a minute or so has passed since you guys left. So, we'll probably be getting back to you at around about the time her 5 minutes are up. Just a
So
heads up.
you're saying
No worries
Nyx
for
needs
me.
to talk less, smile more.
Not at all. I just wanted to let you know that, like, when we'll be getting back to you guys. And equally, Lorium Uther, if at any point you guys want to jump in, let me know.
Right.
So with a 28, you walk across and you see that the floor and everything here, large portions of it, as I said, are streaked with these veins of kind of like twisted ore. But the room itself seems to be very deliberately bare. The tiles on the floor, though patterned, are perfectly smooth, no kind of variations in the floor. The walls equally are just set stone, and the roof is an arched, is like a naturally carved arch slab. This room is incredibly bare, so what you hope it would be fairly easy to spot any traps, in particular with your magical detection still up. You're very confident that there's nothing unseen or that you're not aware of in this room. It appears to have been very specifically designed that the only thing in here was the circle.
Okie doke.
As you move forward, the creature kind of, again, you can see its hands have these grossly elongated fingers that end in these cruel talons. And the air sort of shimmers as it places them against this invisible wall. The face behind its hooked, razor-fanged beak twists into a wide grin. Welcome, welcome. It's been so long since I've had anyone to talk to. What, pray tell, may I do for you, small one?
She is not looking at the rock in the eye. She is actually looking at the circle.
Okay.
And I have a question. Oh, no, he said he'd only give me 5 minutes, so that's not going to be enough to take 10 or 20.
No, it's taken you a good, like, given that you've been, like, checking the whole room and everything as you move forward, you've probably been in the room for about 34 to 45 seconds.
So I would like to examine the circle, learn everything that I can about it, including, of course, can I just banish this thing with it? Like if I hit rewind.
Go ahead and give me another Arcana check, but because you've got your magic, your
Detect magic.
there we go. Wow. You've got your detect magic up, and because you've already rolled so well in understanding the magic of this room, roll with advantage.
Yes, 24.
It's hard to say.
In theory, yes, but this is an entirely like the basic building blocks of the magic itself are the same because they are fundamental aspects of reality. But the specific implementation, like the runes that have been used and everything like that, it's hard to say. You believe so, but there would be a risk in attempting to do so. You could potentially either cause the magic to fail or have some other unforeseen consequence if you got the sequence slightly wrong.
So I know enough to believe that I can see a sequence that would work.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, like this is, as you now know that this is a dwarven ruin. You're not familiar at all with the dwarven methodologies when it comes to this form of magic. And you don't speak dwarven itself, so even some of the potentially there could be just a dwarven rune that says "press here to banish," and you wouldn't be certain of it.
God, I want
But
to
yeah,
talk to it.
that's what you get from your examination of the circle.
And she will go, interesting.
Oh, really? Do tell. I've been in here for so long that much of it has lost interest to me, I must say. You are interesting, though. I don't believe I've ever seen a mortal such as you before. What's your name, small one?
Honestly, I'm more interested in you.
Well, I am interested in you and your charming companions out there. Well, at least some of them. I can't say that I fancy speaking too long with a servant of the Sword of Flame.
Why were you brought here?
Say again?
Why were you brought here?
So you do have questions, things you want. Well, that is good news. We can certainly discuss such things, but, well, nothing is free.
Oh,
Don't
okay
worry,
then.
don't worry. Nothing unseemly, I assure you. Merely answers for answers.
She just sort of turns and goes, "Oh, okay then." I mean, I thought what I was offering you was company, as you had been here for so long, all by your lonesome.
I do not in honesty know how long it has been, but to one such as me, a millennia or two is little matter. I'll be out eventually. But
Okay.
if there are things you wish to know, then there are things I wish to know. A trade seems fair, does it not?
Regardless of how fair, I think my friends would object if I entered into a deal with a demon. So, while I appreciate your offer, I'm going to go ahead and decline. Thank you so much.
Lands a claw against the barrier of the magic circle, the power to shimmering around. It's like, you think you're so confounded clever. If I wished to trap one such as you, it would not be hard. But you know this magic. You know how it binds me. Why are you so scared?
And she will sort of ask if she can scooch back out. She's completely ignoring the thing at this point.
It looks past her and makes eye contact with you, Lord.
Mm-hmm.
What of you, fiendkin? Don't you want to talk to your uncle?
Lorian will just look past Naira and just say, mm-hmm, to her. And then to the big guy in the fucking wall in Infernal, he'll just grunt out a sit.
Long. Foe in the blood. It says back in Infernal. Do you speak Infernal?
Yeah.
Or Abyssal, sorry.
Oh, he doesn't speak Abyssal.
Okay. And it just says back in this very guttural tongue. You see this long, scaly tongue licking along the edge of the razor-tipped beak. The drop of something dark and viscous dripping from it.
I don't suppose either of you know the word for shut and lock or close and lock in Dwarven?
Give me a history check, all three of you.
Sure. I am amazing. At
Oh,
Would it give them advantage because I said that out loud not too long ago?
Very busy time, so no. But a 24 was more than sufficient to recall. Yeah, you remember more or less the syllables that your brother used when he closed it just a few minutes prior.
so I will repeat that phrase.
As it closes, you hear the voice of the creature. If I don't see you again, travel the straight and narrow, mortals. Or I'll see you in the abyss. I have your sense now.
Naira is like buzzing. She's practically vibrating, and she was like, "That was very exciting."
And what'd you figure out?
Well, and she sort of she will glance to see if Wander and Nyx are on their way back yet.
I think probably maybe a minute more.
And she will say, well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. Which would you like?
Bad.
That circle will fail. That demon will get out. I can't tell you exactly how long. It could be as little as a week.
But maybe like 10,000 years? Huh?
Technically, I don't. I mean, yes, technically. So the good news is that I believe there is a sequence in the runes that I can activate, which would allow me to simply send it back to where it comes from.
I feel like that's like perfect, and that's what makes me nervous. Is that just feels a little bit too easy. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it, but
you
like
you both want to roll an insight check.
You said both of us?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And Naira, roll,
have-
I mean, what would it be? Deception?
I have a question for that. Oh.
Oh my god.
Rainbow powers have activated.
I think it's going to be persuasion more than deception.
I'll give you persuasion.
Yeah, nope. There is a very good chance that I can do it. But you guys know that she very much is aware that there is a chance of failure.
Man, what's the deficit error?
I did not understand that.
He's basically saying, what's the chance of error?
I couldn't say for certain. It's dwarven magic. It's ancient. It's stuff that I am unfamiliar with. I do recognize enough to know that it can be done, but if I make a mistake, there are two additional sort of caveats of bad news. First, it could happen. I couldn't tell you the chances, but it definitely could. And secondly, I couldn't exactly tell you what would happen if it failed.
Right, so we'll just assume.
Most likely is it will just dissipate, and then we would have to deal with the demon. That is what I assume is the most likely scenario. And she blinks at you several times, both of you.
I mean, maybe.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I mean, maybe he'd be more willing to go along, being locked in there. Just, hey, we're sending you back. Have fun. Enjoy rocking out in hell again, I guess.
Couldn't he just come back if he did that?
My guess,
I mean, yes, but even if we kill him, straight up, drop him, and correct me if I'm wrong, GM, I'm kind of going off what I think the rules are. Since we didn't kill him in hell anyways,
First of all,
he's not dead.
Is Uther proficient in Arcana or Religion?
He is in history at no.
Half
But jack of all trades?
So do you have so give me a you give me either an Arcana, because you are a bard, you can do your bardic bullshit to roll either a Arcana or Religion. But in the meantime, Naira, based on the rolls that you made earlier, I believe you were about to ask a question. Oh, Himbo powers activate.
Ooh.
He went to college.
Bard's College.
There was 12 years there.
Naira, first of all, you were about to ask a question.
No, you were about to tell me based on my earlier rolls, but he also got a net 20, so I feel like we both know this.
Yeah, you both know that, yes, typically if you kill a demon or devil, any extraplanar entity, in fact, on the material plane, you are not actually destroying it. You are simply banishing it to its home plane. And typically over the course of 100 years or more, its kind of form rather than body will reform on its home plane. But equally, once it has reformed on its home plane, it wouldn't be able to simply bounce back to this point. There is a reason that demons and devils and the like, and any extraplanar entity needs to be summoned to the material plane. Even though it is here now, this is not its home. Once the magic that has if the magic that brought it here was severed and it was sent back, or if its body was destroyed, this specific demon would need to be targeted and resummoned again in order to return. It wouldn't simply be able to reappear.
And Naira would explain all that by also, or supplement what Uther said by explaining that it's a common misconception, and being a little bit condescending in her charming way. So I think that this is obviously a decision that needs to be left up to the group. But it is something I would be willing to undertake, perhaps prepare for, although we should prepare for things to not work out as planned.
Well, I already made a deal with Wander.
Well, I expected that we would include Wander in the final decision-making process, as he is part of the team.
Mm-hmm.
Although we should probably remind him that, forcibly moving our companions when they don't want to be moved is against the party charter.
At this point, I'm going to stop you guys here. It's been long enough now that we'll swing back around to Wander and Nyx. You guys, because you are around, you're a couple hundred feet away, and there's quite a lot of rock between the two, and this has all been fairly subdued noises. There's not really anything that you could have heard from this distance away. So you're largely, in fact, you're entirely unaware of what's been going on over there. But you have concluded, or you've had your conversation up till this point. What are you guys going to do next? Let's start with you, Wander.
So I'll assume that we've ended the conversation if we've been standing there kind of in silence for 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, give or take.
He'll just turn to look at Nyx and just say, "A plan that would make you happy."
Nyx chuckles and says, "Yeah, buddy, I think a plan would put me at ease at least. Why don't we? Let's head back to the others. I'm sure they've maybe, knowing my sister, she's probably come up with some idea of something we can do, and I'm sure she's itching to get in there and look at things, so we should probably let her do that."
As you say that, Wander will say, kind of loudly, "No. No. Plan. Okay." And then he'll turn and start walking back.
Yeah. Nyx is going to stay very close to you because you are a source of light.
This checks out. Away
No
we
other
go.
reason.
Does not like you. Would love to get away as quickly as possible. You are the source of light.
The
Hey,
rest of you,
The
do you
source of
see
light
the,
is high.
obviously are able to see the glow emitted by Wander coming around the corner, along with the heavy footsteps of your metallic friend on the rough stone floor of that section, as the other two come back to rejoin you. As far as you guys are concerned, you come back, the door is closed, as it was when you left, and your companions are standing around discussing something.
Nyx will just kind of walk up and see them all talking and just kind of, well, I've gotten Wander to agree that we should make a plan of action. He's actually, I think, very excited about that.
Lauren will just over towards Wander. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, that's it.
I was going to say basically the same thing. Naira turns to
No.
Wander. She's holding the bag again.
He's just looking at everyone. Awkward staring contest going on now.
Lorium does not blink.
I
Neither
think-
does Wander.
I know.
Give me Constitution saves, both of you.
Yes!
Aw.
Okay, okay. Like a chance. Here we go. Yes!
Aw.
Don't try and outstare an automaton.
Literally the opposite of the spectrum there.
Yeah.
This tracks.
It's more of a wink than a blink, though, so I don't know. It's called
Yeah, so it's like-
a half victory.
Yeah.
Eyes are bloodshot.
Wander doesn't even know we were having a contest.
Nyx will look at Naira, Uther, and Lorium and be like, so, did any of y'all remember how that room looked? Anything we can learn from what we saw?
Yes, actually. But if you don't mind, I wonder. I had a question for you. And she gestures again to the backpack, and she says, "Why did you want this? Why did you want the ore?"
I make things. Or was shiny.
And
He kind of shrugs.
she sort of lets out a heavier sigh than she probably intends. And she goes, "But this has that same mind control metal in it. Would you be all right if we left it here?"
He looks towards you and gives you that same intense stare and just says, "Only if," and he kind of nods towards the door, "it leaves too."
Well, that actually is what I wanted to suggest. And she sort of perks up. I have reason to believe that I may be able to send it back to the abyss.
His eyes flicker a bit as you say that.
We can just poof it right out of existence. Well, existence on this plane, anyway.
How?
The circle that traps it here, it's sort of like a doorway. If I unlock it in the right way, I will be able to push it through the door and send it home.
Gonna make a quick roll to myself for no.
While he does that, Nyx is just like staring at her with admiration and just like, wow, you got that just from looking in there, Dreamer. That's amazing. That solves all of our problems.
Yes.
Can I roll an insight check now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Nyx and Wanderer, go ahead and both roll me insights.
I was like, would he even consider it? And then I heard, yeah. I heard that, yes. And I was like,
Nyx is not going to because he believes his sister.
Well, the thing is, she's about to tell you guys the truth, so you can do that. Like, she does not know that she was not supposed to go in that room or that it will upset people.
This makes perfect sense. You would never betray Wander's trust.
But she says, actually, I didn't just get it from looking in there. Well, after you guys left, I went and had a closer look just to make sure I could.
Roll an insight check.
Ooh.
That's right, get them all out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we rolling high against the party,
Use them
except
all
for
against
me.
each other.
No, it's fine. I'll roll high against you. I got my 2 out of the way.
As you say that, you watch several emotions go over your brother's face. Like you see a flash of that face he would have when he would be your guardian angel back at the orphanage. You see a big flash of him being upset. And you see an even bigger flash of fear.
And she will step toward you and she will sort of pat you and she will say, I'm fine.
No, Nick steps away from you.
Oh. Nyx?
His demeanor changes a bit and the facade goes back up. And he just looks at you and says, "What's the plan?"
Her ears sort of, they don't flatten, but they definitely angle downward a little bit as she steps back. And she says, well, I don't think we have one just yet, as I thought it would be a good idea to leave that decision up to the group.
As you start talking, Wander starts to storm off down this corridor.
Wander?
Nothing.
She will actually dash after, catch right up with you. And she will try to put her hand on your arm, shoulder area, and say, Wander, what? Please, talk to me.
He doesn't even look at you. He just keeps going.
What did I do?
Lorium's just like, yep, that's what I thought would happen. So Uther in next.
I just thought she could take a more arcane look at it, figure out what situation we were in better without the emotion. And we did.
No, I'm sure she did. She's really good at that. But if any of us had gone in there without her, this would be a very different conversation.
Can I hear that?
Do
How far you guys went?
Give me a perception check. You are like a decent way away.
Well, how isn't it usually 60 feet? That's
Is it?
thought. No.
I'm quickly just checking something.
How much noise is required to cause a cave to collapse?
I
A Dummy's Guide to Shatter and Why You Shouldn't Use It Underground.
No, yeah, as far away as you are, you can hear voices behind you, but you can't make out precise words.
Um, Lorium and Uther, you watch as Nick says that, and then it's like he realizes what he said and how mean it sounded, and he turns and walks out towards the middle of this intersection, getting away from the walls, and he just kind of stands there and closes his eyes, and you can tell that he's trying to calm himself.
Uh, Wander has wandered off. I couldn't stop him. I'm not. I don't. I think he's mad at me.
You're the one who made the call. You deal with the repercussions.
I. Well, so you think I should go get him? I don't think that would be the best idea.
If you want to fix it, then you're gonna have to talk to him eventually. Whether that's now or later.
Next, that saving throw. Without the light, the dimness around you is becoming increasingly troubling. The shifting, dark, long shadows of your dark vision are very disturbing, reminding you of things you prefer to stay pushed far to the back of your mind. You're going to be at a disadvantage for the next roll that you try and make unless circumstances change. And also, Wander, give me a wisdom saving throw as well.
All right, I'll do that. Never before have I wanted to fail a save so badly.
There's been a couple of times.
Oh, there's been a couple of times, but right now, it's unprecedented. Heh.
You feel the holy symbol. You wear it, it's kind of on a chain around your neck, right? Even though you normally kind of store it sort of inside. It's on a chain, correct?
Yeah, for use of getting to it easier.
For ease of use, yeah, ease of access.
Yeah.
You feel it almost kind of rumming against your chest. The 26 in a familiar rhythm. Great scales, the balance. It beats against your chest. The sensations, the sense memory that overtook you on first sight of the fiend are still there. But you recognize them as something that belongs to you, not something that owns you. They are there, they are valid, but they are your choice. There is still the yearning that you felt, the aching need for destruction. But it is not overwhelming any longer.
he's gonna stand there for the short amount of time, just feeling it pulse, like maybe a 10 count, and then he's gonna look around at the bodies around him, and he is going to start pulling. I believe it was chainmail on the hobgoblin.
Yes.
He's going to start pulling that off of the hobgoblin. Any swords or arrow tips, I suppose, from the goblins themselves.
This is what you messaged me about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd say you can find enough that with one dose of the other thing that you messaged me about, you would have sufficient material for what I know that you're trying to get.
Wonderful. He'll gather it all in that area, set his shield down, which is the thing that is the light casted on it, set it down next to him, and he's just going to start slowly bringing his fist up, and in the motion of a hammer, just bringing it down on top of the metal, slowly at first, before it starts to gain force. And as it gains force, the noise gets louder and reverberates throughout the chamber and probably down the hall. And there are small flashes of light as this brightness seems to grow brighter and brighter as he hits the chainmail and assorted bits of metal. And I'm going to start using my Artisan's Blessing.
Okay. The rest of you, you've just had your little conversation there when you hear the first kind of faint, then louder.
Is this sound familiar to us?
It is like the sound of a blacksmithy, a hammer on metal, on and stone.
Okay.
It's not, yeah, like
How long did it take for that to start? Because Naira was going to say something to Nyx, but once I start hearing that sound, I'm going to want to go investigate.
I'd say probably a minute or so.
Okay, so
yeah, you've got a little bit of time to talk if you were immediately going to reply.
yeah, she was also going to walk up next to Nyx and say quietly, I get the sense that you were mad at me too. And then she will say, Minva garçon.
You can tell that he's heard you, but you can also tell that he's very internal right now.
When you don't respond, she'll give you about 10 seconds. She will, not even try to hide how dejected she is, and start walking over here to Uther. She will send a message.
I will say, you can tell that he's freaking out. Sorry, I should have made that clear. It's not that he wasn't listening to you, it's like he was so focused on keeping himself together.
Okay, that does change things. She would actively try to comfort you then. She will reach out and grab your hand and give it a squeeze, and then she will say, Minvalima.
Go ahead and re-roll your wisdom save with advantage. You can act and move as normal.
I think he calms down and then he looks at you and gosh, alright, dreamer.
say at this point, you hear the sounds of kind of metal scraping against stone, followed very quickly by the first.
Naira is going to look at everybody very curiously and see if they have any response to that.
We know yeah, because that's the direction Wander went off.
Yes. I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, it's reverberating through these dark tunnels that surround you. But it does, yeah, it is mostly coming from the tunnel that Wander had gone down.
As soon as he hears it, Nyx has taken off.
Yeah, me too.
Uther, Lorium, are either of you guys going to react?
Lorium's staying.
Okay.
I would just sit by Lorium.
Okay. The two of you enter, Nyx and Naira, you enter this room. You see Wander with his back to you. This array of metal out on the floor in front of him as his hammer-like fist just rises. Flash of divine energy from the floor and the metal in front of him as he seems to be processing it.
Nyx, when he sees Wander and there's no one around, will actually stop in the doorway. Does Naira stop as well, or does she keep going?
Naira would stop where she is right here. She is sort of peeking over, trying to get to be able to see this way.
Okay. Wander, are you making any effort to conceal what you're doing?
No, but if he does hear them approach in any way or sense them in any the
Go ahead and give me a perception check. I mean, they're not trying to be stealthy, but you're also busy with distracted.
Well, I'm kidding.
well, we're gonna sneak up on him. Now we got two people
I
flanking
think,
bonuses.
I think, yeah. Doesn't his passive perception beat our passive stealth anyway? Even if there's
That's
no
fair.
passive stealth?
Actually, yeah. He was distracted, so I did want him to roll anyway. But yeah, 21. Yes, you are aware of their presence behind.
Just as he senses their presence, the strikes get heavier, and instead of his hand hitting the metal now, there's this glow that seems to be forming into a shape. And with every strike, the loud noises get louder, the lights get brighter, and the shape in his hand takes bigger form. I'm struggling to speak. Better form.
What
With
do they
each strike,
see?
it's slowly starting to look more and more like a hammer made of light.
And Nari, you can see arrayed on the floor ahead of him what appear to be metal equipment, pieces of metal equipment that have been scavenged from the bodies in this room. And as he strikes them, small portions of the metal are actually crumbling away into essentially like a metallic dust that is just forming a small pile on the floor as each blow sends off this shower of bright sparks, some of which settle and add to this slowly growing pile. It'll take him quite some time to process the whole amount, but yeah, that is what you see.
If Naira turns back to look at Nyx, he would indicate that she should go in to Wander. And once she starts going, he will back out of the room.
Wander? Can we talk?
There's no response.
Wander, everybody seems to think I should talk to you. I don't think you're gonna respond. But I guess I could still talk.
In that silence that hangs there, his hand stops for a few seconds and he just says, I hear you. Goes back to hitting that metal.
Oh. Oh, okay, that's good. And she will step a little bit forward and she will say, I did not know that going in there, or that my going in there, would upset you. For that, I am sorry. I wish I had told you, or felt that I could tell you. Before I did it. But, Wander, I believe you agreed that we needed a plan. That was why I went in there. We could not have formed a plan unless I had. We needed information, and that is my job. And then she will wait to see if there's any kind of response or change in his demeanor at all.
He keeps swinging, and the force. There are parts where you're talking, and the force gets a little heavier, and in between each swing, you hear him say, I am May. And as his voice goes up, his other hand kind of reaches up, and if it was flesh, you'd assume it'd be massaging, but because it's metal, stone, and wood, it kind of grabs at pieces of his throat and presses at pieces of it. But he continues to talk after putting his hand down, and he says, A king, a plan.
Okay, but Wander, you're part of a team now.
And then he looks towards you. His eyes are kind of squinting just slightly. And he just says, So I have to tell you? His eyes just staring at you with each swing.
She considers that for a moment, and then she says, well, that depends on what you are trying to achieve, I suppose, Wander. You don't have to as if you are compelled, but you should want us to know. Probably. It would be good for the rest of us to know what your plan is. And then we can discuss your plan and my plan and decide as a team what the best option is. Doesn't that sound good?
He goes back to looking at his work, and about halfway through you talking, you still get the impression that he's listening. And after you finish, probably immediately after you finish talking, actually, he says, "Did you speak to it?"
I did, very briefly. Would you like to know what I said?
No. He just carries on in silence.
Why did you want to know that?
And this time he stops, and the hammer fades from his hand for just a split second before kind of reigniting. And with his hand still in the air, he just looks at you and he says, "I fear." And he kind of looks dejectedly around, back to you, and then just says, "We break a lot." I don't want that thing to break you. And he goes back to working, and this time as he strikes back down at the metal and the hammer reignites, it gets larger in his hand, almost like a warhammer.
Naira will step up and again place her hand on his back, like his shoulder blade area, wherever, whatever's there. And she will say, "Wander, I very much appreciate your concern. I do. I am fine. And it didn't break me.
And without stopping to look at you, he'll say, "They break the unafraid." And then he does look towards you and he says, "Are you scared?"
Hmm. I don't think I would say I'm scared, no. But that seems a bit silly now that I've said it out loud. I respect what it is, the power that it has and its abilities. I thankfully have studied it, so
About there, he cuts you off and says, "Stop.
sorry.
Simple. Yes or no." And as
Okay,
he finishes that statement, he does reach up and kind of grab at his throat again.
sure. I'm gonna roll an insight check. I want to know what I think you want to hear, and I hate that I have to say that out loud. That I want to know what that is.
She's
I don't think
save scumming. She's save scumming. Dialogue option.
I don't think this is Naira rolling. I think this is Christine rolling.
No, that's a very in-character decision for Naira, honestly.
No. Yeah. No, of course you can roll. Yeah. Very big number.
Mm-hmm. What does she get with a 22, or do you want to roll a counter something?
No, there's no counter roll to this. It's weird. There's this from the way he's spoken and the way that he's moved in between each beat of the hammer. It's like there's this conflict in his head between, for lack of better terminology, complex ideas and simple ideas. It's like there's a very black and white way he's trying to look at things, but there's something deeper where he himself is trying to understand it, and he's trying to talk to you and come to terms with whatever he's feeling at the same time, and you can see that struggle kind of on his body language. I was going to say face.
Out of curiosity, do I get any sense of whether or not you would prefer me to be scared or prefer me to not be scared?
I would say with the roll that high, obviously you can't read minds, but you're pretty damn close to it there. So I'd say you get the idea that he's not sure which one you should feel, but he knows how he feels. And he's kind of having that bias towards how he feels. And he's not afraid.
Then she will look at him and she will shake her head and she will say, "No wonder, I'm not scared. I feel like I might be the only one. There are a lot of people around the corner, but no, it doesn't concern me."
There's a bit of confusion in the way that he moves his head, but then he kind of nods and almost kind of seems to shake off what you say and goes back to work.
Do you think you'll be willing to share your plan with us?
When it's ready.
Okay, well then, I'll leave you to it. I hope you're not mad.
Stays quiet.
Would you tell me if you were?
I don't know. And as he says that, he says each word in between each hit.
Okay, well, I will let them know that you're working on a plan.
You're going to be at that for probably about another 50 minutes or so. The rest of you can hear these steady, fast hammer blows, now with a strange, almost kind of musical note to them, as this hammer of light beats on the metal again and again and again. The noise, like the whole tunnel echoing with this noise. But you all see, or Nyx, you first, see Nara turn away from this little interaction and return to your side.
When she comes back through, I couldn't get myself in the position, but he's just like posted up on the corner.
Okay, so kind of bearish
Which is not at all a corner, but sure.
or there.
Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
He was facing away, and he was. I'm guessing Wander's bangs were too loud, but he wouldn't have been trying to listen.
Okay. Yeah, you were definitely aware, like, pretty much, it's hard to not be aware of these hammer blows, given the environment that you're in. But yeah, if you weren't specifically listening in, you definitely wouldn't have heard their conversation, given how far away you are.
And she will just say, Wander is coming up with an alternative plan for us to consider.
Before she walks away, he will reach out and like put his hand on her shoulder and stop her. And just when she turns back to look at him, he'll just say, Rodan Ray.
And she will tilt her head and she will go, Rodan Ray.
And then he'll follow her down the hall.
And as we walk, she will actually say, do you want to tell me why you reacted the way you did?
He'll give a little smirk, I guess. Not a smirk. He'll just like lightly smile and just say, "What? You don't know?"
Well, I'm not psychic.
You remember earlier when you were asking me about all that heavy armor and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
What made you want me to get armor?
Well, I saw you go down in a couple of fights, and I didn't want anything to happen to you. I couldn't watch that.
And as soon as you say, I didn't want anything to happen to you, I couldn't watch that, I think his eyes just kind of, like his body language turns into the, yeah, same.
To which she will sort of chuckle and say again, Minvagal son. Nothing happened.
And he'll just say, maybe, maybe not, but that's not going to keep me from worrying, is it? Would it stop you?
I wouldn't be mad if it was something that you were supposed to do. This is my job. It's why I'm here.
So you came here to walk into a place with a demon? Fiend, whatever?
Well, that specifically, no, but it's...
No, that wasn't fair. Dreamer, you are one of the smartest people I know, and I know you can handle yourself. But I'm your brother, and I'm gonna worry. And you... I'm just gonna worry. I'm not mad at you. I'm resisting the urge just to say I'm just disappointed. Which is not what I want to say, but like that's all I can think of right now. I'm not mad at you. I'll feel much better when we get out of these caves.
And she will just smile and she will say, well, let's make it quick then. And come around here. and say, again, Wander is coming up with an alternative plan for us, which he will share when he is done. Apparently, it will take a little while.
All right.
Apparently, they have fallen mute.
Oh no. They've been taken by the demon. There he is. Get him.
It's just Mickey Mouse peeking around the corner.
Rattle 'em, boys.
Go to Space Mountain, bitch.
On that note, I think when we all get back here together, Nyx will just turn to his sister and say, "So you said you have a way to send it back?"
I should be very clear on this. I believe I have a way to send it back. Yes, but as I have explained already to Uther and Lorium, it is not an entirely foolproof plan. And she is saying this with full knowledge that your face has just gone, nope.
Hmm. No, his face has not gone nope.
Really?
Oddly, Nyx has gone into planning mode, and he is taking what you're saying, and you can see the wheels in his head turning. Because he's actually a cyborg!
Huh, brother.
Brother. But he's nodding as you say stuff and kind of looking at you expectantly.
And she will just reiterate again that it's magic. She doesn't really. It's a little weird to her. So she believes she can, but there is risk of failure, and she doesn't know what will happen if it fails. And she is doing this in the lightest possible way.
I think Nyx looks over to Uther and says, now, I probably got this wrong because I got it wrong with... And he'll stop for a second and not finish that sentence and then go, you know some magic stuff, right, Uther?
A bit, yeah. It's something that comes a little bit more naturally to me. So sometimes the study of it just is out of my reach.
And he nods, and he'll turn back to his sister. Would him helping increase the odds?
That strikes Naira as weird.
What?
He's a bard.
It's a bit classist, but okay.
Yeah, you're being classist as fuck.
Or technically, so are you.
True.
Don't understand
True.
how it's classist. Bards learn their spells. If they come naturally to him, that's a question mark. I feel like that's a natural question mark.
Gotcha. You were questioning him, not Nyx
Right.
asking. Gotcha.
Yes.
I was like, is that a weird question?
No, that was a good question. Sorry. Yes, I was absolutely distracted by what Uther just said.
Insight check.
I want to insight check that.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's a bloody warlock, he is.
Oh no!
Ooh, 22. Okay.
Fuck, another one.
No.
Uther. Naira has just dialed in on you after that last sentence.
just kind of seeing that intense glare. I mean, yeah, but sometimes you forget songs and then you remember them later down the road. You know, sometimes, yeah, just comes to you.
That that only raises further questions. But she is sort of
Do you
gonna.
guys want to go into? Because I figure Uther's being very cagey because he doesn't want to disclose too much in a public forum. Do you want me to pull you both into chat and you can give her a more succinct kind of rundown on what she gets with the 22?
Sure.
Okay.
They're going to be taken. No. Oh, he's gone over.
Essentially, what you would get is, yeah, he really just seems to believe that his magics come to him more naturally, something more like a sorcerer than a wizard, and so you would understand, having the 900 years. There's probably a lot of things he's forgotten and then relearned. And who knows what will remind him of an old tune, so to say.
Okay.
Not precisely sorceress magic. It is simply it's remembered rather than instinctive.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
Okay. Back to the main chat.
Oh.
Shit, we weren't saying anything. How about that weather?
But
It's not what it looks like.
Exactly what it looks like.
Quick, close the tabs.
Okay.
Nyx is wearing a horse mask and is pantsless.
Cool. When did my camera stop?
Naira seems to accept accept Uther's answer as but then perhaps anybody who's paying attention to Naira at this point might want to roll an insight check. As she says, yes, actually, I think that having Uther assist me would be a great idea.
That's high for me.
I don't know if it should be a deception or a persuasion. I'm trying to hide something, so it would be deception.
That would be deception, yeah.
Yeah, she's fine. You think that she really does yes, so Lorian and Nyx, you think that she genuinely thinks that it would be a really good idea to have Uther come and assist her. Uther, you get that there is an ulterior motive for her wanting you close by.
Ew, get a room.
They're trying.
She's actively trying.
Yeah,
Want to go in the room?
I don't know why, but I feel like I should follow you into this room.
Uther looks at the demon. Let the boy watch.
Oh God.
Okay, well, it was real fun playing with you guys.
Oh, you're leaving. I'm staying here. What the hell?
But she will remember that that Wander is working on something, and she will say, but I did indicate to Wander that we would consider both options before we made any final decisions. So I believe we have some time to wait until he joins us.
Yeah, throughout this conversation, you've just heard the steady prong, 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 reverberating through the darkness around.
Nyx will look at everybody present and just go, Well, I'm gonna be honest. I have a vague idea of what that is in there, but maybe the three of y'all could enlighten me a little. What exactly could we be facing?
Naira will uh, do that thing where she is obviously trying not to speak out of turn. And she will look to Lorium and Uther as if to say, would you like to start?
Keep talking, guys. I've just got to step away for 2 seconds. Please keep role playing.
Okay.
Hi, Dad.
I mean, seems like some type of demon,
Mm-hmm.
and we're gonna try and send him away. And if we fail, we might be in a little bit of trouble because he'll be strong.
Honestly, he's probably thinking he's a lot stronger than he is. Lorium,
It's a
do you want to
creature
add
of the
anything?
hill.
Say that again?
Oh, he just says, it's a creature of the hills.
And Naira is nodding, like, yep, very good.
Yeah.
So if it's a
And do you mind if we finish this little rest first so I can feel like a font of inspiration to you?
Oh, yes, please. Can I tell people what I know? Would
Go
that
for it.
disturb your rest?
No, you can't. We have to sit here staring at each other in silence for the next 50 minutes to get to the rest.
That sounds
Right.
real fun. You're like in real
was
time
that-
as well.
Yes, in real time.
Short
And,
rest?
oh,
We're joking with each other. It's fine.
yeah.
And Naira will sort of get into, like, she takes on sort of a posture as if she is given a book report. And she will she will say, well, that creature is known as a Vrock. It's a fiend. It's from the abyss. It has quite a few different abilities or things that it can do if it were freed from that circle. I know it has poison in its tail, I believe. It will not respond very well to magical damage. Those of us who do magic. So, Nyx, you are going to have quite a lot of fun if we have to face it. And there is one other thing, and she looks a little bit nervous. And if I remember correctly, it was it had the ability to make people susceptible to charm. Was that right?
Not precise. What it can do, your understanding of it was that it can essentially weaken the mental
will.
faculties of those around it, like sap their strength of character and will from them. To depending on the level and length of exposure, there's a number of potential outcomes.
And again, I would try and phrase this in such a way as to convey it without making it sound like Naira was in any danger when she was talking to it.
I think when you start doing that, Nyx actually like stops you, and you get the sense that worried Nyx went away when we started planning, and he wants you to tell it to him straight.
Yeah, you probably get this. You're not the only person that she is concerned with protecting his concern.
Fair, but Nyx actually says no.
Well, give me insight checks as she presents this information.
Oh, everybody?
Yeah, or anybody that would be trying to discern any kind of hidden intent. Naira, give me a. I guess technically this could be a perform.
Ooh, perform.
Because you're trying to kind of omit rather than falsify. Oh. Damned expertise.
Yeah, you over times forward me, so I believe
So-
everything you're saying.
I think what I do is I definitely communicate the danger, but in a nonchalant and calming way.
Well, you would also you would be very aware that these abilities would not be able to cross the boundary of the magic circle while it was contained.
Yes, which is one of the things that I would have reiterated several times, that we are not in any danger from it as long as the magic holds or I'm able to reverse it.
Do you think we can kill it?
I think if we were well rested and at the top of our game, yeah, I do.
And as we are now,
I think it would be a fight. I don't know. But I think we have the time to wait.
So what you're telling me is there's a chance.
Oh, you're saying there's a chance.
And I believe, as I said before, Wander has a plan, so he might make that even more of a certainty.
Good, because I already told him I'd go with whatever he comes up with if he does come up with something.
Oh, okay, sure. That can be absolutely how the democratic process works. Sure.
Just letting you know his vote's gonna overrule yours, boss.
There goes Lorium's paycheck.
Yep.
Democracy, bitch.
time to pay taxes.
I'm just
Yep.
letting you, anyone else that tried to go into that room would not have gone into that room.
Naira doesn't seem upset. She's just processing what she's heard. That didn't occur to her as a possibility, and now that it has become a reality, she's like, okay, right, no, that's technically not against the rules, so I can accept that.
All right. Well, I am not against going in there. I definitely think we need to. We need to get it away from here if we want to stop. And he'll motion to the around him the corruption, which I'd very much like to do. Do you think we could convince Wander to wait?
Is everybody looking at me?
No.
I actually think Nyx was looking at Lorium.
As Lorium looks at Naira.
No, not again.
Family Guy nod scene again.
No, not again. No.
Yes.
Then at the very end, well, we're waiting.
I think Wander knows he's part of a team. And I think we know the commands to work the door now, so it will be harder for him to do his own thing anyway. But I do believe that Wander knows he's part of this team and will do what we sort of vote on?
Well, this is just me kind of talking out loud. But if we decide to rest, I think we should escort those people out of the cave.
And rest outside. She says it's not a question, and she poses it to, and she turns that to Uther and Lorium.
He shrugs in a way that you, not in like a nonchalant, I don't give a fuck manner, but in a way that you've come to learn being Ascent.
Whatever you say.
No.
I know what assent means. Thank you.
I mostly wanted to make sure that I heard.
Yeah, well, what if I didn't know what it means, huh? What if I am the moron?
Wait, so what are you climbing?
Yeah, we're underground, silly. You have to climb up the hole anyway.
We're gonna ascend. Yeah, okay, I'm up to date.
Nyx actually, I think, speaks up and says, well, actually, it might be better if we waited down here for resting. I just don't know how long those people are gonna just sit there.
They've got enough or two to deal with the fucking hobgoblins telling them what to do. I'm sure they'll wait until we get back.
I'd like to know how they would get out of like, how would they get up to the cave entrance without us?
There were ropes. Like
there were?
The pulley system that had been rigged up did have ropes hanging down.
2 of your party members didn't use it, but it is still there.
That is not true.
Accurate.
That is a party member and a half used the ropes.
Ooh, can I say I had grabbed my magic rope?
Isn't it always on
yeah,
you?
yeah.
Well, I had used it to go down the hole.
I mean, even if you hadn't, it's 30 feet away from you, so it'd take you all of 30 seconds to walk over there, give the command word, and retrieve it.
Okay, cool.
But even apart from your magic rope, there are also a number of thick but somewhat more crudely made ropes hanging down, at least one of which you know is hooked up to the large winch that you saw at the top of the descent.
No, it's fine. It was just one of those moments where we were driving away and I realized I left my stuffed animal in the hotel room.
Yeah.
For all your fucking souvenirs.
Aww.
So mad about that.
You too.
Naira will sort of look at Nyx curiously, but she will say, well, wherever we want to rest, I still think that getting a good night's sleep would be a good idea before we try and... I would like a clear head.
Nyx will nod and he'll look towards Lorium and he'll say, do you think you could move one of them stone tables in that other room?
Yeah, but what for?
To block the entrance to that room.
Are you referring to the room behind him, or
The room that Wander's now in, where you got shot by arrows.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I can do that. They didn't look like they were like part of the fucking floor, right?
Not part of the fucking floor, but they are like fairly solid stone. Like each one is you're probably looking at like a couple tons of stone.
Yeah, but have you looked at him? Those horns, those shoulders.
I mean, he's got the thunder, but what is your carrying capacity?
Not tons.
Technically, you'd be dragging it.
Yeah. His carrying capacity is 300 pounds.
So technically, you could easily drag up to 600 pounds. So there was a broken table there, and I'll say that over time you were fairly confident that you could probably drag over enough to make a barricade. But the entrance to that area is also fairly large. It's about 10 feet wide, and it's also quite tall. Even though that this is apparently a dwarf ruin, the ceilings are about 10 feet tall too. So you could certainly drag over enough to make like a barricade, but constructing an actual blockage to the entrance would take a lot of material. And there is plenty of loose stone in that room, so you could do it with like if you dedicated a couple hours to it. Yeah, it's definitely doable. You've got the material. But it would not be a simple case of just like, okay, door's closed, boss.
Okay, well then retract that statement. He would just say, I mean, I could with a lot of the loose shit in there, but it would take time. I have to wonder if it would be worth it.
Yeah, probably not.
Give me a history or intelligence check, Lorium and Nyx.
Oh, okay.
Or Naira as well, actually, I guess. Yeah, anybody who would be involved in this conversation.
Straight middle.
But I was gonna say something to Uther. Ooh.
Oh!
Getting him out of the way.
The big room with the big entrance is not the only sealed chamber that you have found down here. There were a number of chambers down here that had much more normal sized doors would therefore be a lot easier to blockade if that was your intent.
Oh yeah, I'm sad I wasted that nat 20 on that.
It's okay, you'll get it again.
Naira knows that, and she would not have suggested anything else because that room that Wanders in is by far the biggest room.
Don't worry, everything's going to go horribly wrong. We're going to start a big fight, and all of us are going to roll a nat 20 on the first roll.
I hope not.
Uther, I don't know if you have the ability to make that incredible protective thing that you did.
The hut?
Yes.
Yeah, I can throw one of those down.
So that's an option. We could go into the room or outside or wherever we choose to rest and stay inside that. Would that work for everybody?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, she's
Hell,
looking at Nyx now.
It's it stopped people from coming in and out, so I mean, shit, you could even use that as a blockade. We have reached majority vote.
I guess I'm just gonna.
Let's lead everyone up to the surface then. I guess that's what we're doing?
I guess. Is that what we're doing?
See, because honestly, I think we should go throw some kibble at them like there's some dogs, because we're dealing with some real shit. Take a nap, and then try and send this asshole far, far away. And then we can lead them out when we're going out, you know. They'll appreciate it, and we can make sure they don't fall into pits. Which I have a strange feeling if we just let them go, they might all just fall into pits like lemmings.
I mean, they are also 30 feet away. We could literally just have them bunk out in a room.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Sure. And I guess if Nyx was happy to sleep down here. Nyx, have you gone to the inside place?
We lost Nyx. Oh no.
Nicholas, no!
Nick.
Already.
Should we just start chanting and see when he comes back?
Let's perform the summoning ritual.
Oh, okay, he's typing. He's having mic problems.
No,
the
this
hell
is
is-
my chance. This is my chance.
How's
Who the hell
Wander?
is
This is the chance. No, I'm kidding.
How is Wander doing?
You guys can just hear prang, 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 prang. I mean, at this point, you guys have been talking for probably about half an hour, 45 minutes, so he's still going strong.
Okay, well, why don't at least a couple of us go and get those people that are waiting for us, and we can put them up in one room over here, and then we'll go back to Wander. Does that sound good?
Yep.
And she will sort of throw a look at Uther like she wants to walk with him.
Yeah, certainly.
Not for any particular reason. She just, wants your company.
Hello?
Yay!
He's
We
back.
have returned.
Sorry. Just to retroactively put in what I was saying. Nyx had no objection for staying down here. He also had no objection for the hut or anything like that. When he suggested about taking the people, it was just because he wanted to get them far away from this thing just in case. Okay, I pushed live TV. We're back to live.
Well, basically, Naira's response to that is whatever you feel is best. I think that, if you want to take them outside, you can take them outside. You don't really have to run that by us.
Yeah, but we're a team.
What could possibly happen if you
Go by myself? Yeah. Yeah, I'll go by myself, you guys.
I mean, you definitely explored and cleared the entirety of the top floor.
Yeah, 100%.
Little do we know, we're not
Let's
even
check
at the
them
bottom floor yet.
No.
You haven't explored all of this floor either yet.
Let's see.
How
There's
much?
actually a bunch of goblins just waiting around the other corner.
They're like, what is that clanging?
Why is it taking them so fucking long?
Damn it, we've been standing at this corner for 2 fucking hours.
I'm just trying to short rest.
They're drawing straws. Who's going? Who's going?
Nyx, you were saying, sorry.
Oh no. How much time has passed at this point?
Like I said, you've been talking for about 45 minutes at this point. The reverberations of the ritual are ongoing. Wander, on your end, you've kind of processed and condensed a great deal of the equipment you had gathered, and you're getting a pretty sizable pile, getting close to what you think you would need for your intent.
Wonderful. Oscar, that is.
And Uther's trying to get a short rest.
Uther and Lorian, and actually pretty much all of you except for Wander, you haven't been doing anything more engaging than simply talking amongst yourselves. So I would say that all of you at this point can qualify for a short rest. Yeah, because you haven't been actively doing anything except like quiet discussions. So yeah, you can gain the benefit of a short rest.
I mean, aren't we about to be long rested?
I mean, well, that's up to
Maybe.
you guys.
Who knows what happens?
You think we are?
Who knows? I'm rolling
going to-
that shit.
We're going to get 7 hours and 58 minutes of sleep, and then we're going to be attacked.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
But if Nyx would, maybe we should head towards where Wander is and maybe start fortify, or I don't know. Maybe we should just group up.
Do we not want to at least invite them to take a room?
Yeah, you can bunk them up instead of hiding them around that corner.
Nyx will nod in agreement.
Okay, well, I'll just go do that then.
Okay. While she's going off to retrieve the civilians, are the rest of you guys going to do anything?
Did Nyx just walk off?
I guess so.
Nyx is going to the light.
Oh, because he was about to call you over,
Oh, I'll okay.
which he would have gone once you all started walking off.
Okay, so Naira, we'll get to you in just a tick. Uther, where are you heading?
I would just go and finally see what Wander's been doing.
Okie dokie. We'll get to you in just a tick then. Yeah, Orion, you call Nyx back. He returns.
All right, yeah. He would just say, "Come here, sit down for a sec."
Nyx does that thing like, I want to trust you, but I'm also afraid you're gonna hit me. So he
I'm not
will.
gonna ask twice.
He sits down, but just not like right beside you.
He'll fish into his pack that's sitting next to him and just toss you a deck of cards.
Okay.
And he'll just say, "Go ahead and shuffle it."
Nyx will shuffle the deck, and he will cut it twice and then shuffle it again.
Pull the top card.
He pulls the top card.
One moment. Actually, do you want to draw or do you want me to draw?
I'll draw. What do I do?
I just posted a link in general. Go ahead and make your draw.
I got a 7 of hearts.
Alright, now when you're feeling afraid, just go ahead and pick a card in your head and keep shuffling it till that's on the top. And when you get that card, pick another.
Nyx nods and kind of looks between you and the card for a moment. And then he will stand up and hand you the card or the deck back.
Nope.
Oh, actually shuffle it, not in my head. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Gotcha. He will take the deck and say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'll up.
For the
Yes.
remainder of your time down here, if you fail a wisdom save for your claustrophobia, you will have advantage on your next save.
Okay. Nyx will stand up and as he's walking, he'll be shuffling the cards. And when he gets to the corner, he'll stop and look at Lorium and say, I knew you were a softie, and then run the fuck away.
Thank you. As you're running away, you would just hear him say, "It's all right to be scared. You're doing good."
Nobody sees Nyx's reaction.
Naira, you come around the corner, and again, you find this little trio kind of crouched with their captured or with their scavenged weapons. One of them is holding a lantern that they picked up from the floor, and they when they see they're tense and they heard your footsteps down there.
She
And
will
kind of
actually
relax a
have
little bit
called
when you come
out.
in.
She will actually have called out as she approached to say, "Hi, do you remember me?" Just so, like, no things randomly come flying at her head.
I did tell him to attack her on the corner if they didn't present themselves.
Yeah, you recognize the guy that was essentially acting as their spokesman, if you like. He's the one holding the torch and one of the hobgoblin swords. And as you come in, he's holding the lantern up. And as soon as they get a good look at you, they kind of see him relax a little bit. Aye, yes, we remember you right enough. Is it safe yet? Can we go?
I mean, if you want to go, you are more than welcome. But we will not be leaving just yet. And if you would like the benefit of our help and protection, you can follow us. There is a safer, maybe more comfortable place for you to hold up.
He looks over his shoulder at the other two, and they kind of just look at him. Right, we'll stick with you. Sorry, what's your name?
My name's Naira. And you are?
Right, he kind of awkwardly holds the lantern and sword in his other hand. My name's Oscar. It's a right honor.
Oscar? Nothing, Oscar. Sorry. And your friends?
These are
Name all the NPCs. Go.
Go.
Morton and Stannon.
Snap, crackle, and pop. Got it.
John, Jingle, and Jingle.
And she says very sort of genuinely, and with, all the proper politeness, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Not as much as it is for us, believe you me. Right, well.
Why don't you follow me?
Yeah, right enough. Come on, lads. And yeah, the three of them sort of shuffle after you with their lantern.
Stay out of the water. She will be very clear about that.
Aye, right enough.
And she will say, this is one room that's available. And that's probably the safest room.
Right you are.
Only one door in and out, you know.
Aye, we'll just wait here then.
And then she will reach into her pack and she will give 3 more rations.
So, pillars bless you. Thank you. They haven't exactly been feeding us well down here.
She will just sort of politely smile at that and nod.
And he hands it out to the other two, and they all start, immediately start eating. And you got fairly good rations, so you get immediately get the impression this is the best meal they've had in a while.
That's so sad.
But yes, you leave behind sounds of obvious enjoyment as the three of them start to chow down.
What kind of rations do you think I gave them? Because I'm giving them the goblin rations.
Oh, okay. No, never mind then. Okay, they're just like, oh, right, well, and it's still kind of acceptable. It's sort of like a hard crust of some kind of bread, and some dried mushrooms. So yeah, they're still just, oh, well, I thank you, and they start eating with less enjoyment, but obvious hunger.
I thought they were going to be like beef jerky.
It's definitely some kind of jerky. Also, definitely not beef.
I mean, you haven't seen many cows since you entered the forest.
You're all going to be real shocked when Naira pulls out the exact same food for herself down here, because it just does not feel like, nice rations area. Are you standing right there, Nix?
Well, I moved there because I know Uther had gone into the room, and I didn't know if he wanted to chat with Wonder.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll say that you can join in just a sec. But yeah, Uther. So you arrive in and you see Wander still working away at what is now a much smaller pile of gathered metal equipment. And next to him, slightly in front of him, where he's working, as I said, this shower of sparks that are shooting out every time this light hammer comes down. Some of these sparks are settling in as this fine metal powder on the floor next to him as he just soundlessly works away. Wanderer, with your insane passive perception, you are definitely aware of Uther entering, unless he's trying to be silent.
Oh, not at all.
Okay. Then yeah. So that's what you see, Uther. Wanderer, you are aware of him moving up behind you. Do either of you speak?
I do not, as I make my way over to where he's working the pile, and on the large stone tablet tables, I would just kind of sit there and quietly and just watch, unless he says something.
Okay.
No, he doesn't say anything. There's a momentary pause in the motion when he notices your. But then he quickly goes back to work. So,
What was that last bit you cut out?
oh, just he quickly goes back to work and he says nothing.
Okay.
As it goes on for a constant rhythm, you know what I mean? I would
You cut out in the middle there.
as it's going on for like a minute, and that blacksmith has that constant rhythm, I would use it as like the heavy bass, and I would try and just play something along with it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it is a fairly steady beat, almost metronomic in its consistency. And yeah, it's fairly straightforward for you to construct a melody to this backing bass, essentially. And so now, for the rest of you, this at this point very familiar, almost numb reverberation that you've almost stopped hearing because it's just been so constant for the last almost an hour now. suddenly becomes shot through with the strains of a. What kind of melody are you playing? With a 19, I'll say you can take your pick.
I would really try and play through like the various arrangements. Like it would kind of become more jazz, where I'm just
sort of improving as you go.
Yeah, just jamming out, really.
Okay. Doing a very good job of it with a 19. So Nix, you have a little bit of time before Naira catches up to you, but you have, like, as you are moving toward this chamber, you hear this melody begin.
As I enter the room and hear the song, I kind of smile, and then I go. Oh no! I go over to the statues, and I'm just examining like them until someone else comes in.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they were at one point obviously fairly proud dwarven figures. At this point, fairly besmirched, unfortunately, by like um like just goblin kind of graffiti and like it looks like stuff has been thrown at them and things like that by the goblin occupants. You can see scattered all around this room there are signs of goblinoid habitation. Um, uh, and like it appears that at various points during their time here, they've taken not put any real effort, but just besmirched these statues in various ways. But they were both obviously, even despite that, you can still see the evidence of very fine, detailed carving that has been preserved in this underground chamber. Of two dwarven figures in full battle armor. Um, you remember, you can actually read the names that you previously saw, which were Zelgan is the one that you are looking at here, uh, who was apparently the third captain of the Undermountain Wardens, and then Borgath, the statue here, the fourth captain of the Undermountain Wardens.
Cool. Yeah, I think he's studying and every once in a while shuffling the deck of cards, but his tail is moving to the music.
Okay. And Nara, this is the scene on which, or Lauren, did you want to do anything, or are you staying by the door for now?
Nope,
You've
he
seen
is
them
guarding.
kind of go by. Okay. And so Nara, yeah, this is the scene that you enter in.
Naira would probably just come over here and have a seat.
Okay. A few minutes after you enter, Wanderer, you feel the trance-like focus that comes upon you when you channel your divinity in this way start to come to a close. The pile of metallic powder that you have formed from the raw materials that you gathered, seeming now sufficient for your aim, if properly augmented, and obviously utilized.
Wonderful. I'll just scoop it up with both hands, but I don't know how much it is. Is it enough for me to just hold in one?
No, it's a good pile. Like think of it like kind of like a couple pounds bag of flour is roughly
Okay.
how much you've got there. But obviously it's metal rather than flour, so it weighs a little
Yeah.
more than 2 pounds.
In that case, he will look over towards Naira, who is the last person who had his bag. Whether or not she has it now, I don't know. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't.
You know, I need to flip a coin because she.
She burned it.
Yes, she has your bag.
He just looks over towards you and stretches out his hand. I suppose arm is a better word. He doesn't just go Mr. Fantastic on you.
Uh, is it alright if I take the ore out first?
Yes.
Which she will then do, and then hand back to you the rest of the bag.
Okay.
And grabs it and ushers as much of it into a side pouch as he can.
Yeah, you're able to kind of pack in enough that you're confident that you have enough for what you know you would need to channel your power.
And then he'll stand up and turn around. Just look at everyone. Rest now.
I think
Yeah,
that
buddy.
I think that's almost the plan. We do need Lorium. And Naira has scooped up some of the ore and is walking it out of the room.
Nyx has scooped up the rest.
There is also, you guys are aware, in addition to what was in Wander's bag, there are also other rocks shot through with ore throughout this area here.
Where?
Oh, I forgot.
Then actually, yeah, if that was there, then that's where she would go pile it up.
Okay. And like being here and seeing it, you can actually, I don't know if they're showing on there, but you can see actually like mining tools and the obvious signs, especially to Unix with your training in tracking and the like. This is obviously a work area that was being actively mined like when you guys arrived.
And then after that, Naira will go through her bag and just start putting out enough rations for those of us who eat. And like I said before, jokingly, it's not the good stuff.
Okay. You lay out some refreshments. It's, yeah, I mean, fairly straightforward for you to do so. On the table, next to the dead bodies of the Goblin Knights.
I would just yell out down the
Smells
hall,
wonderful.
Lorium, come here. We've got dinner, and I'm about to set up the dome. So I want you to be able to get in and out of our TP. You hear?
You would hear the familiar clinks.
Crunk, crunk, crunk. As you pass, Oscar kind of is holding the lantern up, watching you. Should we come too?
Actually, might be good. Apparently, you can't get in if you don't start there.
Get in what?
Just follow.
Right you are.
Boom. Yeah, you'd move all the way up. Bro, these guys just in case they have to run inside.
I can do it. We're almost at max capacity. Everyone gather around. As it suddenly it's a bit crowded. I would burn through the ritual of it.
I mean, it's like
As-
within 10 feet, right?
Yes.
Closer
Okay.
to 20. Yeah, or it's 10 foot. Yeah, yeah. It's a 10-foot radius, 20-foot diameter. So.
So they're outside it again.
Oh,
Oop.
Feel like that way.
Uther. There it is. Okay.
It was my spell all along.
But don't they? Don't these three need to be inside it? Okay.
you're right.
See.
Yep.
Yep. As I would just finish playing through a song I already know. It's just the practiced rhythms. As it finishes, it would just once again be like the gray stone of the area, doing its best to camouflage itself, even as poorly as it is.
Oscar and the others are just like, oh my pillars. You are amazing. No wonder the Goblinoids didn't stand a chance against you.
Well, we are the heroes of Aldwell.
You what?
Yeah, should happen.
And fade to black. You fucking what?
You fucking will, mate.
Okay, so you are all enclosed in the tiny hut. The room outside is quiet. The three of them kind of like look around it for a minute, and they're just like, do we all have to stay here? It's a little cramped. I mean, can we come back in if we sleep out there?
Actually, I should probably let someone who knows about magic speak.
I mean, it's Uther spell.
You're free to leave and come as you go. I'm the only one that has to stay in here. So since it's a little bit crowded, if you wouldn't mind scooching out. But if something comes after you, run this way. Nothing can hit you.
Well, we'll be up that way. And he points to the north. So, the three of them kind of move out up this way and start to. You see them taking off the. One of them was wearing kind of a cloak, and he takes it off, and they start to kind of fold up some of their stuff into approximations of pillows and blankets. And begin to settle down. Kind of eventually blows out the lantern. And at this point, I think as well, we can take a in real life break. Just
Okay.
5 minutes. So we can all have our rations, refill our drinks, etc.
Yes.
I'll let the puppy out real quick.
5 minutes.
And those of you who choose spells get to choose spells. Yay!
Yay! I actually have a spell I need to choose. Yay!
That's crazy.
I'm not rested yet.
Yay!
Yeah, when we do it.
Yay! You know we're gonna get it. Hey, well, wait a minute.
But cool. Yes, yeah. Do give some thought to your spell selections and everything like that, and we will resume in 5 minutes, guys.
I'm gonna take sneak attack and uncanny dodge.
Nothing bad ever happened to people who fell asleep deep behind enemy lines.
Listen, as long as they don't have a dispel magic, we can fuck them up.
What if I have one?
Or unless they wait around the corner until it disappears. Then,
That would be tragic.
But we'll still get our long rest. Yay!
Yay!
Also, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, we're level 5 characters. We're gods. Nothing can kill us after we get our long rests.
I was just gonna say, I bet Naira has a great book about being deep behind enemy lines.
Oh boy.
Being deep behind the enemy, maybe, yes.
A lot of deep, a lot of enemy going on in those books.
Nat 20 check. Oh.
Shit.
Okay, I'm feeling good.
I'm not. Bio break.
I just want to let all of you know that you picked different color dice, right? And compared to gold, all other colors are equally inferior.
I don't know about that because I chose black, which is like a combination of like all the colors. So like I
So
have
none
all
of the
colors.
colors.
That's light, right? We're talking about color paint, right? I actually don't know how that works. I'm pretty. Isn't it right? Because white light is the combination of all light, right?
Yeah, is all the refraction of all the rays.
But I know when it comes to pigment, black is the combination of all the pigments.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my dad would be so proud.
And least refraction.
I'm back.
I just have to.
Uther, knowing it only lasts 8 hours, would straight up be like, okay, pull out the bedroll, and just be like, who's taking first watch?
Well, is first of all, is everybody back? Have we like restarted the recording and everything?
Oh, I never stopped the recording, so.
Oh, fair enough.
But I do have to step away for just a sec.
Okay. So yeah, so we'll resume once everybody's confirmed they're back.
I'm back.
Uther? No, Uther. Okay.
No, I'm
You're
back.
here? Okay.
Okay.
Cole, you here? Or Lorium, I should say. I guess not. Okay. So we'll wait for them and then we'll keep moving down.
All right, I'm back. Unseen servant. A 19?
Someone's stealing things.
No way.
Okay, so Lorian's back. Uther's here. Wander, are you good?
Yeah.
Nyx?
Present.
Wunderbar. Then let us continue. So, Nara, yes, you have begun the few minutes of chanting and scribing that are necessary to summon your unseen servant. Is anybody else doing anything, or are you just kind of starting to begin your nighttime routines?
Um, while after Naira has cast the servant and while it's setting up the tent, he will walk over to her and present her with 3 platinum pieces.
And she will say, "Oh, where did you find this?"
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm trying to math in my head. I think it was 3 platinum pieces. That's what I wrote down. Okay. When I was going through some of the stuff earlier, this is for the party, and then he'll hand you 5 gold, and for you.
So the 5 gold is for the party and the 3 gold is for me?
No,
Other way around.
the 3 platinum is for the party, and the 5 gold is for you.
Okay, thank you.
And then he, once he gives that to her, he will hand everybody 5 gold.
Thank you.
And then he'll, I guess we don't have to stay in the circle. Sorry, if anybody else wants to do anything, I was just thinking out loud.
Oh, let's
Are
go
we-
down. Lorian, are you doing anything in particular, or just kind of
Are
setting up?
we setting up for a rest?
Yes. Yeah, Uther has just straight up started to roll out his bedroll and everything, so.
If we're 100% setting up for rest and he doesn't hear anything else going on, like down the fucking tunnel, then he'll start taking off his armor.
Give me a perception check.
Sure. Oh,
No, you're actually pretty confident. Like apart from the sounds of conversation and movement around you, the only thing you can hear from beyond this or this fairly large chamber, is the sound of kind of water dripping in the distant recesses of this cavern, but nothing else.
all right then. Yeah. For the specific reason of staying in the circle, he is going to take off his armor and prepare for rest.
Okay. Wander, are you doing anything in particular, or just kind of going down into a Wally mode?
2 things actually. When Nyx, you gave everyone the gold? Question mark.
Yeah, I gave everybody 5 gold and a party.
Wander didn't take any. And instead of kind of bunkering down and sheltering up, or turtling up, I suppose, he just kind of stands there, and his eyes fade into black. I suppose fade away.
Yeah, the eyes, the rest of you notice, when not lit by whatever internal power animates your new friend, they look like kind of opaque crystal, sort of cloudy and faceted.
That's cool. After Wander did not take the gold, Nyx will go back around and give everybody another piece of gold, and then give the last remaining piece of gold to go into the party fund.
So how much was that into the party fund?
A piece of gold.
Yeah. 3 platinum and 1 gold.
Look, I contributed.
Hell yeah.
And then Nyx is going to step out of the circle and make a little like. No, never mind. He's going to stay in the circle. I realized where we were.
Okay. So, is anybody going to be doing anything else, or are you all bedding down for rest?
Bedtime.
Okay. Uh, the rest period, you're not quite certain if it's night, given how how long you've been down here and how unaware you are of the normal kind of indicators of the time of day. You're not entirely certain what time it is, but the rest period passes without incident. You may all gain the benefits of a long rest and refresh your spell lists. Let me know if I need to re-import anything.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Huzzah!
I'm going to need to fix mine actually, so don't deport me yet.
Oh, okay. Let me know when I'm good to go.
Don't deport me, father. I'm working, I swear.
I'm working.
If you don't finish your work, you can't have any pudding.
No.
I like how it actually said the 2 hit dice because I had the little setting, but this time I took off my armor, so it should be full. Haha, and it is.
Yay.
Okay. Wanda, let me know when you're good to go. But otherwise, and I'll import you when you let me know. But otherwise, yeah, you all one by one start to come to wakefulness in this underground cavern. It's quite eerie coming awake actually for at this point Wander's light has worn off. So for the most part, the only light in this whole area is cast by the small lantern that the goblinoids apparently had by the entrance. When you start to awaken, the light from it is still present, but fading. The wick somewhat guttering as the reservoir of oil starts to dry up. Other than that, it is quite as dark as a cave.
Already now.
You will come to restfulness, or come to wakefulness after a not great, certainly, but nonetheless restful sleep. You can hear the sounds of the 3 that you had rescued previously on the northern side, and eventually light flares as Oscar relights the lamp and kind of approaches you guys slowly and goes, hello in there? Can I come in?
If everyone's awake at this point, then Lorian would respond. Yeah, go ahead. As he's putting on all of his armor.
He sort of somewhat tentatively reaches his hand out, and once it moves through the wall without incident, kind of follows it through. Goes, oh, right. So what's the plan? Should we just stay here out the way?
No one else is saying anything.
I'm thinking.
Naira is probably thrown her arm over her head and is trying to get back to sleep.
Yes.
Yeah. You probably should stay in one of the other rooms.
Oh, the small one where you put us before?
Yeah, that one. Hold on, I'll go with you.
Thank you, right enough, sir.
As they'd have to wait the remainder of 10 minutes.
Yeah, and they kind of wait without comment while you finish arming up.
Would it take less time if he had help?
Yes.
Nyx will assist him in putting his armor on.
Ooh.
Okie dokie. So yeah, in that case, it takes only about 5 minutes as you have assistants reaching toward the some of the more awkward buckles.
Hell
All the
yeah.
plates in place.
He would be eyeing Nyx with suspicion the entire time for not putting any fucking paper on the back.
No, I didn't. That was just the once, I swear. As 5 ball bearings fall out of your armor.
I'm going to fucking smite you.
And Nyx just smiles at you.
And as he just says, thanks. And he'll actually walk ahead of him. Checking all the rooms as he goes by. Making sure nothing's there.
Yeah. I mean, in this room, yeah, pretty much what you see on the map is what is in there. There's some very old, very kind of not necessarily precisely worm-eaten, but just aged and decrepit sticks of furniture, and a few what look like they were at one point storage crates that have long since just fallen apart from age.
For what it's worth, he'll start collecting some of the wood from, I guess, this table? Question mark.
Yeah. Well, this table, Naira already had a look, or I think it was Nyx actually, and that's where you found a lot of the pieces of coin and the like. In addition to the wood of this furniture, there are also some like metal fittings and what look to be like pieces of glass and the like that are scattered in amongst it as well. It looks like they've obviously been rooted through fairly thoroughly by, you would assume, the goblinoid inhabitants of this place, but yeah.
Oh no, he would be picking up the table.
Ah, okay.
And just as he leaves the room, he would place it at the door and reach over and break the legs so that they act as sort of a doorstop to grind against the floor. Yeah.
Okay, so put up like almost a little bit of a barricade, yeah.
Yeah, just a little one.
Okay, yeah. As I said, it's pretty like rotted and sort of aged wood at this point, so it's not the sturdiest of barricades that you put up in your time, but yeah, you're able to put up at least a rudimentary blockage at the door.
All right.
Still kind of clutching their scavenged weapon. Going, oh, right, we'll wait here for you guys to get back. Thanks again.
Yeah, of course. Here's some breakfast. And he would just throw them 3 actual rations. But they're Lorium's rations, so they'd mainly be just meats and bread and cheese.
Their eyes go wide. They're just like, oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you so much. And they start like breaking open the loaves and just chowing down.
Of course.
Back at the circle.
At this point, starts to.
Oh, then never mind. I think
Naira will stay cuddled up on the ground, by the way, using her tail as a bit of a blanket until somebody forces her to get up.
You want Lorium to again?
Nyx has noticed Naira and her proximity to Uther, and he gives a look to Uther, down to his sister, back up to Uther. He gives a nod and says, Min Basare, and then walks away.
Hey, Wanderer, you are standing in darkness. You are beyond the range of the small lantern that was at the center here. You can see its light illuminating the entrance of this chamber that you have just left, as well as the light spilling out through kind of the cracks and the gap over the top of the table that was placed as a barricade in the door here.
I was gonna say he started to follow Lorium, but then realized he couldn't see, so then stayed back and lit his shield.
It's
Okay.
probably in character for Lorium to not notice that you were full.
Well,
Whoom.
Wow.
Warp.
Did Naira really just get left behind, just cuddled up on the floor, like, leave me alone?
Yep.
Damn, everyone left her, huh? That seems about right. All of
Don't
her friends are
worry, Lorium was heading back, and if he finds that you're the only one left, he still has some stuff in his water skin.
He's going to light it on fire.
Yep.
Molotov.
As everyone would begin making their way out, Uther would just turn around and begin playing and go, Naira, we're all leaving now. Everybody's picked up everything. You're the last person.
Clean up, everybody do your share. You know the song.
The playing does get her up. Pretty effectively, actually. Like, she's just like, hello.
okay.
Did my tent get cleaned up, or do I need to scramble?
You need to scramble.
Okie doke. She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. And she goes and cleans it up.
Okay, so after a few minutes to tidy, do any of you guys want to do anything while she's picking up and getting herself ready? No? Okay.
Lorium's just munching on a ration for
One-
breakfast.
One thing. Can I have my sheet imported now? I am sorry.
Oh, yep, sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you. It is important.
Thanks, Sky Daddy.
Thank you, Sky Father, Sky Patron.
Sky Boiler?
So are we going to go and try and deal with that thing first, or are we going to go down deeper? What's the call?
I'm going to abstain from that vote.
Wander.
We have a plan now.
Yes, Wander, actually, you said you were going to share that with us?
I am going to try to lower the barrier.
Naira is looking around at other people in a kind of panic.
And then what?
Trap it in my own. As he's saying that, he's not like running, but he's making his way down the hall.
No, yeah, he was going to usher everyone else to go into that room anyway.
But Naira is going to be like, wait, we do have to decide on the right course of action, Wander.
He stops and looks back at you.
Yeah, she will have sort of put herself here and just say, remember, it's not just about coming up with a plan, it's about deciding on the plan. So now that we know what you want to do, we can all, as a team, decide what we all want to do. Does that sound fair?
He looks at you and for those few seconds of silence and then just says, okay.
Great.
So you gather in this small antechamber here. The door still stands impassively at the northern end, the runes glowing soft blue as they outline the shape of this great stone slab that seals the chamber.
So tell me about this barrier. He is looking at you, Wonder.
Oh, at me.
Hmm.
Which one?
Yours.
It will keep it. And again, he kind of starts to grab at his throat a little bit, pressing pieces. And he kind of twists his head a little as he does so to kind of get at better spots. And then he continues talking and he says, keep it inside and we can pass through.
And then we kill it.
Yes.
And Lauren will just look at the rest of you and just say, well, he did what I asked, so whatever you all come up with, he has my vote.
Um, may I ask some questions?
Please do.
Wander, how much space would you need for that barrier?
The same as that dumb.
So you couldn't put it around the one that is already there?
No.
Um, Actually, I mean, you're not sure how the magics would interact, but the circle that has it trapped is 20 feet in radius. So, and yours would be the same.
Mine is 10.
Sorry, 20 foot in diameter, and yours would be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna be like, yeah. If they're the same size, then he would assume that they would. What the stronger one would cancel out the weaker one, and he assumes that he has the weaker one.
Well, the reason I'm asking is what if we used both plans? What if we let Dreamer try to see if she could send it away? And if that fails, you could turn on your barrier.
Naira is nodding very deliberately at this, like you have read her mind.
Wonder cocks his head and says, "Send it away."
Yes. I believe I have identified a sequence that I might be able to use the barrier that's there to send it back to where it came from.
What if you are wrong?
That we don't know. If I believe that the most likely outcome is that I will just accidentally do what you're trying to do on purpose and shut down the barrier. Which is why it would be a really good idea to do both plans. Have you ready to throw up your own just in case it doesn't work.
Could you send it somewhere else?
Actually, do I have any suspicion of that? Because you didn't give me any general idea of how it could go wrong.
Oh, in terms of like, I mean, it would be like this is an extra planar portal, so it would be technically possible, but it would be outside of your understanding of this magic. You don't like it would need to go pretty wrong
I feel like I would have to.
for that to happen.
I feel like I would have to do that on purpose. Like I would have to know how to reprogram it almost. So while I guess technically there is a very, very outside chance that I could do that, it's unlikely.
Could you do it on purpose?
I wouldn't.
He eyes you intently and says, "And you are willing to risk that?"
Well, yes, the probability. Like, the idea that she shouldn't take that risk seems a bit foreign to her. It's simple math, really.
It's quick maps.
It's simple, really.
I
Kind
mean,
of.
Wander, from your perspective and your understanding, is the like you're not entirely familiar with these precise magic that would bring something here, but the containment, it acts more as a stopper than as a controller for that kind of thing. So your understanding of the magic would be that it would be almost impossible for the magic circle to do anything other than act as a doorway to and from its origin.
Okay. Almost impossible.
Like, yeah, I mean, it
Like
is
99 out of
travel.
100. Yeah.
Yeah, like 90, well, even like 99.9.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
roll a d20. Oh, a nat 1? Roll a d100. Oh shit, another
Yeah.
nat 1. Well, he goes
So
back
you're
to the
saying
town.
there's a chance. Yep. He appears in front of Hamish.
No.
Falco.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
He appears right outside the cave. Thankfully, no human beings are out there.
He has no reason to kill a dog.
Could be hungry.
John Wick.
You shut
Sorry. He has no reason to kill a dog. Checks notes. Valko is a fucking direwolf.
Direwolf puppy.
Just saying, that's a lot of food. Direwolf pup, a bunch of horses. It's probably been down here for centuries.
up. You stop giving the DM ideas. DM, stop
He's
listening.
writing. He's writing.
Nyx is gonna pipe up at this point and just say, "Oh, Wander, your barrier. You said we could pass through it. Could our objects pass through it? Like if I stood outside of it and shot arrows into it, would that work?"
To the player's understanding, yes, I think so. I'm fairly certain. So, Wander will say, yes. And I will await clarification.
Yeah, with your understanding of the magic, like this is your magic and as instinctual as your understanding of it is, you understand enough to know that yes, attacks can pass back and forth through it.
The yes is more confident this time.
Wait, sorry. So its attacks could also pass through?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. That was Nicholas asking for clarification.
So the wording on player to player, the wording on the spell is that it has disadvantage who would be outside of it, but it can't pass through the cylinder or the magic itself.
Yeah. So if you were like above the table, if you guys were in melee range, even if you were through the barrier, it would be able to attack you. It would have disadvantage on those attacks. And if you stepped out of range, it would not be able to follow you.
I convey that sentiment.
Okay. Um. Nyx will look around to see if anybody else wants to speak.
If you look at Lorem, you get the vague sense that he is 100% going on board with whatever Wander does.
Uh-huh. When no one chimes in, Nyx will say, then, okay, Wander's going.
Wander is just he's moving to stand in the doorway, that's it.
Then I guess we should vote. Or, actually, scratch that. Didn't say that. Wander, are you willing to let Naira try her thing first? Or... And he'll let that trail off.
Can the spell be held until something goes wrong or right?
Player to player, yes and no.
Well, above the table, my ruling on this would be you would need to expend the spell slot and the components, but you could kind of prepare everything, but not actually trigger the magic and therefore put it into conflict with the existing magic until you chose. Provided that you had taken at least the 1 minute to prepare the spell ahead of time using the components.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I knew I'd have to expend the slot and the component for X amount of time or so.
But feasibly, I assume the minute would probably be enough time for Naira to do her magic jigsaw puzzle or whatnot.
Yeah, I assume.
Yeah, you believe so. I mean, it would probably take you actually slightly longer than a minute to fully assess things and attempt to manipulate the magic in the
Well-
way that you believe it would need to be manipulated.
Yeah, I wouldn't start doing that until I was confident that he had this spell ready to deploy.
Cool.
And as Wander stands in the doorway without looking at any of you, he'll just say, is anyone going to talk to it?
Nope.
I don't think there's anything to say.
It'll try to talk to you, just ignore it.
I will do better.
You'll do fine. So we'll walk up behind him.
I think it would be best if those who aren't going to be doing something active in there, if they should wait out here.
I'm going with y'all.
And I'm not even going to make it, she's looking real concerned. Probably the first time that you've seen her look concerned about any of this. And she would just reiterate, I think it would be a really good idea if you stay out here.
I'm going with you.
Alright, Uther, Nyx, can you guys at least stay out here, please?
Certainly.
Relief.
He's back.
You hear from inside the chamber.
No.
Nyx nods to Naira. He will remain outside.
Okay. The rest of you are standing before the stone slab, illuminated by the light coming from Wander's shield and the faint glow of the dwarven runes carved into it. What do you do?
Say the funny words, Magic Man.
Yes, say the funny words. Magic Man. Potion seller.
Potion seller.
So who's doing what, guys?
Yeah, any of the magic men are welcome to speak up to open the door.
You got this, Naira. And give her a bardic inspiration before it begins. And if you ready then?
Yes,
I would
Mara?
speak in Dwarvish and open the doors.
Okay.
Wander.
Speak the name Barathan. The runes flare in the now familiar way, and the door very quietly moves back, sliding into the bedrock of the wall beside you.
Before he walks in, though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go on.
Oh, no, just before Wander walks in, Lauren would just say, "Can I see that holy water for a sec?"
He intently watches the door and just takes the lid off of the clay pot that's attached to his waist.
As it slowly opens. And he would just reach in and take a sprinkle and cast protection from evil and good on himself.
Okay.
It's the door.
Did that come through the mic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was perfect. That door just hasn't been greased in a while.
One sec, actually, let me go grab him.
Oh. Poor little pup.
But it was funny because Hachi barked at the same time.
They're communicating.
They are.
They're getting ready to sabotage.
Cross states. Oh no. Their aim is Valko.
There can only be one.
Okay.
Well, two.
The
No.
door slides open. As it reveals the interior of the room, you are similarly revealed to its sole occupant. And Wander, as it opens and this creature sees you, its eyes immediately fixate on the symbol hanging against your chest, going wide for a moment before this rictus snarl crosses its face. Go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
All right, sir. If there's a time to fail it, it's now.
No.
Yes.
I like how all three of them are clicking on the door.
Yeah. Damn it!
Yeah!
At the sight of it, you again feel this not necessarily your own rage, but a visceral memory of rage. This sense, this sensation of anger rather than anger itself. This desire to destroy and banish, but more than banish, to unmake rises, but you are able to recognize it, expect it, and master it. For its part, however, as it sees your holy symbol, it actually kind of recoils back within the confines of its magical barrier, testing itself for a moment against the rear of the arc. And it snarls, its voice rising, hard-edged. What do you want, servant of the Sword of Fire? Do they know what you are? Will you betray them like your master betrayed hers? It turns to look at the rest of you and says, do you know what that thing he carries means? Do you know what he is? Do you know what he is destined to do?
I am gonna try to Sacred Flame it,
Okay.
just to see if it works.
You cast the magic, but you feel like it kind of the spell shapes that leave your body and that you try and weave into place. You are used to them kind of coalescing above the target of your spell, but in this case, it just kind of, before it can even fully form inside the boundary, it seems to just kind of wash over the outside. And the spell seems to have no effect other than a slight ripple in the air around it.
Good,
And
good,
it
good,
just snarls and hisses at you. Your powers do not scare me. What you serve shall lose. The blood war shall rage eternal, and you shall be consumed by this land. Immortal, every morsel that has come before. You know what it is. And he's looking directly at you, Lorium, as he speaks. You must destroy it, or it will destroy you.
Just to
Working
be
on it.
sure, is the barrier the light circle that's around him, and these are sigils, or are these the barrier?
The smaller circle around him is the actual barrier. It's actually much more constricted, but the sigils around the outside are obviously all part of the magic.
Okay, perfect.
And it turns now and is actively seems to be calling out to you, Nyx, and Uther. And where's Naira? Actually, I can't see her on the map.
She's right there.
She
Yeah.
blends in.
She is right
Oh
here.
wow! Holy moly! Yeah, you are. It looks straight through at the rest of you. Do you know the traitor in whose company you walk? Do you know the machinations he weaves? The viciousness that drives him? The vileness? Hatred too much even for the blood war.
I mean, he's not that bad.
Asmodeus take you all. For if you walk in his company, he shall.
Is Wander doing his spell, by the way? Naira is just waiting for him to start.
Wander is just holding in both of his hands the pile of shavings just in front of him, in front of his face.
Okay, then
Waiting.
I'm gonna wait. I thought the plan was for you to hold that spell before Naira got started. So
Yeah, that's my flavor on it being prepared.
So it is prepared.
No, no.
Okay.
In order to cast this, like the minute that you need to spend is spent actually distributing the dust and forming runes and like basically you kind of mix it to form almost like a paste with the holy water, and you need to spend the minute sort of actually pressing the sigils and stuff like that into the ground.
Okay, I misunderstood. And also, just to be clear, is it holy water and shaving, or is it either or?
It would need it could be 100 gold pieces either or, but in this case there wasn't sufficient material for you to get 100 gold pieces of only one.
If I'd have known that, I would have used my own gold to cover the rest of the cost.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, I'll say that you would have had time because you technically only needed, I think it's like 4 to 6 hours of trance. So you would have had time to burn your other channel divinity and make up the deficit. So yeah, you would not need to use holy water. You're holding a mixture of iron and gold and a little bit of silver.
Because the metal that I use for Artisan's Blessing can be turned into another form of metal.
Yes.
So how much gold is that? Because I've got enough to cover the full. I just didn't know how much.
You got about 75 gold pieces worth of various metals from the initial kind of components that you gathered. So another 25 gold pieces of your own gold or equipment would cover the deficit.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, you do not need to use the holy water, but yeah, you would need to spend a minute basically distributing this powder into divine sigils around the area where you would want to cast the effect.
Okay. For the sake of flavor, do I use magic to do that, or do I have to go around laying it out? Because if I can use magic, I'll use what I was going to do to cast it.
Yeah. Describe the flavor. Like you need to form these sigils on the floor, but precisely the form that they take and how you go about creating them is entirely up to the particular tradition that you follow.
Okay. Then he will just stand at the forefront of this circle with the powder in his hands, and his eyes will begin to glow this vibrant, radiant white light, and from them will shoot these cones of this light that kind of go over and completely envelop the dust before circling around the area. And in the lake of where he intends the circle to be are these very faint traces of runes. And it goes around the area, around the wider area, with intent to like
Doing flows
not,
the creature.
yeah. And after it kind of finishes completing the circle, he leans down and just touches his holy symbol to the edge of it and just waits there.
Okay. As you touch it, there's this kind of ching, this very high, clear, clarion note sounding through there, and then holding and fading, but still present, almost expectant, as you hold this spell ready for release.
As he is doing that casting, by the way, outside the door, Naira will first say to Nyx, Miss Nestor, Min Rodan Ray. And then she will look to Uther and she will say, so there is a non-zero chance that things can go dramatically wrong and I can just completely blow myself up. And so just in case I don't get another opportunity, and then she will lean over and give you a kiss.
He would return it and take it in for a moment. Then I'm sure you'll be fine. You got this. Stay focused.
Okay.
I was just a minute ago. I'm sure you can find focused.
As Naira passes her brother, he has crouched down and he's pulled out his short bow and he has an arrow just trained on the thing. And just, if anything goes wrong, should that barrier drop, he will...
Ready in action to just pew.
And he will just say, Basamir Mishnala.
As Wander is casting, by the way, and as you enter, this creature is just like snarling. It is dipping in and out of common into other tongues, abyssal, infernal, tongues that none of you recognize, snatching snatches of dwarfish, snatches of common, snatches of orcish, goblinoid, every tongue that you know and some that you do not, reverberating through this chamber. You hear snatches of just the betrayal. It will kill all of you. I will kill all of you. I will find you. I will rend your souls. Ranting, his eyes fixed with increasingly pure hatred on the form of Wander.
Remembering that Detect Magic made this easier last time, she will cast that in addition to her mage armor.
Okay.
And she is going to, once that spell is ready to go, she'll say, "Okay, this will be fun,"
Okay,
and
now.
attempt.
Attempted banishment.
Yes.
In order to do so, you will have to channel energy into the circle. As a spellcaster, this is something that you can do. But how much power are you going to be putting into the circle? What level of spell slot are you willing to are you going to sacrifice in order to try and activate this effect?
Do I have like an idea of how much would be good? Like, is it the more the merrier?
There's no kill like overkill.
Last time a DM asked me to do this, it blew up.
Yeah, I know. Well, like he told me earlier that there is definitely a non-zero chance I could blow up.
Given the rolls that you got earlier, I'm not going to make you roll again for this. The greater the power, the greater the chance of a complete effect. What that effect is depends on how successful you are in interpreting and implementing the specific sequence that you are seeking.
I really want you to fail.
No, we all want you to succeed.
Then I would definitely use my shatter, basically, which is a
Okay.
second level spell.
Okay. So yeah, you're channeling.
Do you want me to just cast that?
No, it's fine. I mean, just mark off the spell slot. So yeah, I guess cast it just to so get the spell slot out.
I can. Yeah, I'll just mark it on my sheet that I don't have that spell slot. That's fine.
Cool beans. And then, given again the great level of understanding that you got from that you got from your previous studies of this circle, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check with advantage to attempt to create the effect that you are seeking.
And I have Bardic Inspiration.
Ooh.
I have Bardic Inspiration.
And Lorium just has his glaive ready, by the way.
Is it /R or R? It's
/R.
/R.
Slash R.
1d8.
Slash R space 1d8.
18.
A lot of 4s.
Okay.
Yes. Say
It
it.
went wrong.
Say it. Say it. Say we all die in a horrible explosion. Say it. Yes.
Remember when I said it could
didn't
appear next to
crit fail.
Valko?
18, even with a 4.
Crazy.
You channel the magic in, but as you feel it, as you kind of activate the sigils and feel the magic running through the channels, you also feel the faults in those channels, the veins of this darkness that have run through them through the centuries or millennia, potentially, that it has been down here. You feel those faults dissipating your magic. You feel the magic of the circle running through after them. The spell beginning to unravel around you.
I think it's just gonna dispel you guys.
There is a pulse of power bursting out from the circle. The light in the room glows, fades. The runes seeming to unwrite themselves in the stone at your feet. Wander, you had your action ready, but so did the fiend.
Fuck
So
yeah, it did.
I am going to need everybody with readied actions to roll initiative. And we will decide what happens next.
That's funny right here.
Ooh. Pew.
It won't let me roll initiative because there's not combat.
I just activated one, so you should be
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yes! Let's
Oh
go!
my god, you called it and everything.
Well, if you say it enough times. And blind squirrel's right twice a day.
He's like, fuck shit!
Fuck, my fucking 400 HP demon doesn't get to go yet. Damn it!
I feel like
My
I'm the
demon
only
lord
one.
doesn't get to go.
I feel like I'm the only one who hasn't rolled for initiative. Do you want me to just go ahead and do that?
Yes, but because you didn't have a readied action,
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
neither did you, Uther, then you there's going to be basically a series of readied actions going off, and then we'll basically be into initiative order.
But Cash
Yes,
Man
this
can
goes-
suck a dick.
Let's go!
Okay, so the power. Nyx, you see this flare and fade of power. Your fur, kind of like this pulse washing over you and filtering through your fur, twitching your whiskers as it passes. You see the pressure that this fiend was creating as it leant against this invisible barrier fade, its claws passing through what was once being held back, and you are able to act.
God damn it!
You fire, but this creature's hide, though your arrow strikes true, this creature's hide is made of these thick, scaly plates, and your arrow skitters off its chest and over one shoulder.
Were you not using steady aim?
I didn't think I could because it was a held action.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, I stand still. Didn't know.
Wander, your go.
Having waited for that spell to hopefully succeed and seeing that it didn't,
Well, it did in a way.
well, you know what? Yeah, it did. It did what I wanted it to do.
Holy
He's
shit!
gonna-
There's a flash everywhere where your sigils cross these dark veins in the floor. There is this hiss of steam and black smoke boiling up, but that is then dissipated by this. The clarion note that had been held, sounding loud again as your power flares. This creature that had been just beginning to lunge forward, a snarl of centuries of pent-up rage, frustrated once again, sounding through the, reverberating through this underground chamber, this unnatural anger and vitriol breaking the air as it crashes against the barrier, and your spell hammers down into place in this chamber.
And just for the sake of flavor, I'd like to add that the tip of the holy symbol was pointed towards the circle itself, touching it. But to actually initiate the spell, he pulled back and stood up. And as he pulled back flames seem to coalesce at the tip of the symbol, and along it formed this massive flaming sword, bigger than probably Nyx, before he pushes forward and seems to fall onto it, and it slams through the sigils and causes this massive explosion.
Okay. And that brings us the fiend. Its action being.
Oh wait, didn't mind.
a-
I was ready to smack it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't. You did say you had your glaive at the ready, so yeah, I'll go ahead and say that you were. You were ready to go there. So yeah, go ahead and roll your attack.
Okay. Bing. Do I get both
26
attacks?
hits.
Do I get both attacks or just one?
No, just the one.
Alright.
It was a held
Okay.
action. Yeah.
Bing. Time to gauge that HP, lads.
Mm.
not bad.
Your glaive swings out, cutting like as it is hammered into this new invisible barrier. Your glaive cuts through the air and bites in, carving a slash through these plates. But this enormous, unnatural form seems pretty obviously pretty robust, and your blade does not cut as deep as you would have expected it to.
All right.
And that brings us to the top of the round. Or wait, no, first, the creature. Though your spell has held it in place, you see it snarl, rage curling on its features, and one of its hands, the air seems to crack around it as it lunges out, most of its body staying in, but its arm, these great claws on the end of its fingers, reaching out for you, Wander, as it will attack, with disadvantage, however.
Huh.
Does a 19 hit?
It does not.
But scraping uselessly along your arm as it screeches in frustrated rage. Curse you, servant of the betrayer! And that brings us to the top of the round. Uther, you're up. I think you're muted.
Uther.
Or we might be having mic problems.
Oh, I missed him already. Oh, he Mick.
Mike.
This fucking Mick guy is everywhere.
Goddamn Mick.
The Eldritch Blast.
16 hits.
That's nice to know.
Hmm.
Okay. 25 also hits.
It's exceptionally hot.
Okay, so a total of 15 damage. And just ping the person that you're popping that on. You wander. Okay.
Guy.
Thank you very much. And hopefully you get your mic sorted by the time you come back. So yeah, these two blasts coming through the door, driving it back slightly from the edge. Naira, you're up.
If I go there, am I flanking?
Yes,
I have a
but
reach,
you are
so-
also inside the. Oh yeah. So actually, no, you would not be technically flanking because Lorium. Actually, well, with reach.
But
No, you know what? Yeah, I would say that you would, but in order to properly flank yourself, you would need to step inside the barrier of the magic circle.
You know, if you've got a crossbow, that might be the play to just use the crossbow from down right next to it, you know?
now, to be clear, I have to step inside where?
So
The
essentially,
blue is gone, right?
Yes, the blue is gone, but essentially these orbs here mark the boundary of the circle. So essentially where this circle of stones is on the floor is the in fact, you know what? I'm just going to resize this to be the boundary of
Cool as fuck barrier.
I know. I kind of drew it myself.
So yeah, so that is essentially Wander's magic circle. There we go. Here we go.
Can I do an Arcana check, basically, on how
And it had
stupid an
moved.
idea is it to step inside there?
Oh, it's yeah. No, you don't even have to roll. You with the understanding that you have, that's like if you
Wait.
step inside the circle, you are outside of the protection. So whatever protection people would have by this circle, you would not if you were to step inside.
Okay, then I was originally here. Yeah, I guess I'll just fire at it with my crossbow.
Team hits. You do get sneak attack because you're.
I don't.
Yeah, they're within 5 feet of it.
Okay, just clarification from my. I thought sneak attack, you couldn't get sneak attack on your offhand.
No, you can't. It's the first
yeah,
hit.
it's just you can only get it once per turn, but you can get it on either hand.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
That's why if I miss with my offhand dagger,
So
I can
typically
still get it
people
on my
use it
second.
on their main hand. It is very much worth doing.
And that's my turn.
Okay, yeah, your bolt pierces in and takes it under the arm, screeches in pain. Nyx, you're up. Wander, you're going to be on deck.
I have a question first. Are Uther and I considered to be in dim light right now? Or
no, you're within the radius of Wander. Like you would be within the dim light of Wander's light, and so like yeah, the two of you, to somebody without dark vision, yes, you would be in dim light, but to you the room is fully well illuminated, and you and Uther can see each other with no problems.
Sorry, I should have clarified. I'm asking to see if maybe I can get advantage on my wisdom saving throw.
Ah. Let me just double check. Yes, you do get advantage from the light that's being cast.
So many goddamn doors!
You are able to act, but you will be at disadvantage for every roll.
For like
any roll that you attempt to make this round will be at disadvantage.
Gotcha. Well, I am going to bonus action steady aim and make that a straight roll.
Okay. That hits. Grief.
He's like, no, my encounter.
No, my boss fight. No.
It's okay. It'll come back in 100 years to haunt us.
Nah, give it like 3 more sessions. The next thing we fight is gonna have like.
Okay, yeah, your arrow takes it low in the stomach, seeming to find a join between two of these armored plates. Sinks in pretty deep. It screeches in pain, but is still definitely up. Do you want to do anything else in your turn?
I cannot.
Okay. That brings us to Wander.
Yay, me!
I'm gonna step back. And from there, I'm just gonna watch it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Lorian, your turn.
Okay. First off, yeah. So I have
Okay.
advantage on all attacks. Second off, yeah.
Ooh. 16. Good God. You rolled a 1 and a 7. Yes, you still hit.
All right, and he's gonna pump a first level divine smite into that. So into this one, he off the first hit, he does a little like flourish over his head and then brings it down with both arms, and the blade itself catches a flame for boop. And if I could actually fucking do it. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna roll 2d8. Oh wait, it's 3d8 because it's a fiend. Boink!
Yay!
So 29 damage. And then the second attack, it doesn't have much health, but I'm sorry. And he's going to use the crit inspiration. Haha. And so once he comes down from the first hit, he's going to do a spin. I'm sorry. He will spin it around his body, bring it back around, and this one's going to have a second level Divine Smite pumped into it, and it's going to... The flame is actually going to extend basically another 5 feet past it, so basically brushing past Naira's nose. As it does, yeah, and then another 8d8.
Holy crap!
Yeah, that's a lot of low
God.
rolls. That is such low rolls.
Naira, roll a dexterity save.
Yes! Yes!
That's why I didn't move.
Wait, is she outside the barrier though?
She is.
So many ones and twos.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I drop the
So-
barrier right as the blood splashes.
You bring your glaive down. This first hit, chopping deep into its shoulder, one of its wings kind of twitching and dropping as the flames burst out. It roars in pain, rears back. You spin your glaive, drive it forward. There is this burst of divine energy as your sword passes through Wander's barrier, or your glaive passes through the barrier into its belly, opening up the wound that Nyx's arrow had created. There is this moment of almost stillness as its body swallows the blade. You focus, the flames burst, and then the entire back of this creature just erupts in a burst of flame, blood, and gobbets of fiendish flesh that are scattered against the wall. Naira, you dive to the side out of the way of this eruption as there is just this smear of what once was this creature of evil that had been trapped in this place for unknowable decades and has been reduced in 6 seconds to a stain on the floor of this summoning chamber. It's this razor beak and fiendish red eyes stare at you in almost incomprehension for a moment, Lorian, before the rules of physics assert themselves and what remains of the creature collapses to a pile on the floor. There is. Sorry.
Oh, no. Just echoing through the chamber, everyone will hear Nick say, "Tell Asmodeus we said hello."
Naira's gonna bite her lip.
There is a moment again of stillness, and then steam starts to rise from the remnants that have been scattered across the floor. The pile that once was this creature in front of you, Lorium, dissipating as dark smoke begins to curl up. And you all are left alone in this chamber as the last of it dissipates away and the body is no more.
Lorem does a little sweep with the glaive to get rid of some of the viscera and just like
Viscera's gone. All of the remnants of this creature have,
Turns into
like,
smoke.
the form of it have just boiled away into this dark smoke that has dissipated to nothingness.
Well, he still does that out of habit.
Well, good
He
news.
just looks at Naira and says, "See, it's easy."
I didn't blow us up.
Yeah, you did the first thing that you said it would do.
She does look a little bit chagrined.
Well,
Oh, your
well,
con, it worked out.
we planned for it.
That's a
And
good.
Naira, oh sorry, you would know that like what you had done would have worked had this circle not been as degraded as it was.
That's adorable. You think that matters? In Naira's head, she has failed. But she will sort of bolster herself and say, well, this is why we always have a plan B.
Mm-hmm. And it was a good plan, Wander.
Wander, give me a perception check.
Ooh. Come on, the one time I
Or
wanna
insight.
Oh no!
Either way.
I mean, if I roll high on either one, do I get different results? They're both the same,
Then it makes no difference if they're both the same. Roll whichever you prefer, whichever you're feeling lucky.
though. Hey, I chose the wrong one.
You feel a sense of satisfaction, but nothing great. Or, I mean, you don't really know if it is you that is feeling it. It's coming from that same kind of sense memory place within you. But
Almost
there
like
is
I
this-
should be feeling it.
Yes, yeah, or like you remember feeling it almost. Maybe it's hard to tell, but there is definitely a sense of deep satisfaction and almost joy at the destruction that you've just witnessed wrought upon this creature.
The question is, did he gain points in Renegade or Paragon?
Oh, we know the answer.
Towards evil.
Oh, it's fine. No one will like the third game anyway. Your choices won't matter.
It's so sad but true.
I will say I love the third game up until the last, like, half an hour.
Yeah, checks out, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Godchild makes a lot of sense.
Garrus is my love, just so you know.
Yeah, we call Garrus her space boyfriend.
Shepard.
Caught him cheating on me with Tally once. Ooh, I ended the world.
Nyx is going to look at the circle in the room. Is there any more dwarven script anywhere?
Give me an investigation check. like a lot of it is entirely unfamiliar in iconography. So separating out, like you're not that familiar with Dwarven script yourself. So separating that out from and this is also like a kind of archaic form. So no, it's like there's some sigils that you recognize, but they're next to symbols that you don't understand the meaning of. It's like there's some words, but it's mostly gibberish.
There's a little scratching that says Tony was here.
It says that the cake is a lie. Yeah, Nyx just shrugs and then heads back over to the group.
Just gonna do this to see what I would have gotten, because it's funny. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't meant to be.
So the light that was being cast by the previous circle has faded somewhat. There is still a glow coming from Wander's still existent enchantment. But yeah, you guys are left alone in the room.
So, how much energy do you think it'll take to collapse the entrance of this mine?
Not much. If you mean the entrance at the very beginning. Just give me a big ass log. I'll infuse it with Tempe's thunderous wrath. As he just chuckles.
I'm just imagining a god's dick. Thank you.
It's really thick, hard, long wood, thunderous.
Hey, can I take another bio break? I think I might need another bio break.
Nyx, Laurie, and Wander, you all take 1 point of psychic damage.
Damn it!
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, just above the table, what's the coolest thing that thing could have done?
Never know. No.
Which would have
No,
forced
we'll
will
never know.
saves out of
No,
everybody in the
I
room.
want to know. Lorium's not going to live 100 years to see it
No,
again.
you should have let it live. Should have let it live. Should have let it see.
I won't tell you exactly what it would have done, but it did have a lovely ability that would have required will saves from everyone in the room.
I'm really upset that it disappeared.
I'd be fine.
My intention was as soon as it went down was to go over to it and try to like
loot it.
Well, Naira said that it had a poison, and I wanted to try to figure out how to access that. Yeah, and then I might have taken some feathers, but moot point. We killed it.
And how?
69 damage. Paladins with an auto crit.
Well, you know what that means. That just means you gotta throw more of them at us. Next time, just have them be like a dozen down here.
It's fun
Kill
being
one,
on
his
both
brother
sides
shows
of
up.
those.
They split into two.
So that was Kalashan. Now for Dalashan, Elashan, and Kalashan.
Oh no. I'm sorry. You know what I was going for. The Fiendish Sisters.
And Kalashan.
But
Anyway.
Lorium would look at Wander and just say, "So how do you feel now?"
Strange.
But still good.
Yes. He's just staring at the circle.
Well, there you go. That circle shit was a good fucking idea, and I'll just pat you on the shoulder. And just wait for you.
I guess you'd notice that his hand is kind of flexing.
Honestly, I was waiting for you to just inflict wounds. Nat 20. Boom.
Oh, yes, inflict wounds, 12d10, easy peasy. And then he'll dismiss. Actually, he doesn't have to dismiss the spell. It just
No, it's
stays.
not even concentration.
Yeah.
It's here for an hour.
Yep. Look at it for another 10 seconds or so, and then start making his way out as well.
Make him out.
Make him out.
Let me expend spell slots. There we go.
The door closes and Lorium is trapped.
No, I am now the captive.
No, you are
Actually,
the demon door.
actually, as Lorium gets to the door, Nyx will say the trigger word.
So,
Yeah, it slowly starts to close.
yeah.
Just
Like,
walks
not
through it.
fast enough that you need to make a dexterity check or anything, but you do have to kind of like, turn your head sideways to avoid your horns getting caught, kind of thing.
Where he's not quite sure if that was intentional or not.
Oh, he's very sure.
Is he, though? How big is your brain? How many cells you
He
got?
was still holding the glaive, and no, you were right here. You were right here. You were right there.
Oh, Jesus.
He got to here, and he's smacking you with the butt of it. What was that
Divine
D4 plus 5?
Yep.
Uncanny dodge. I will take 4.
Fucking asshole.
Naira, Naira will be ignoring the children playing, and she will walk up to Wander, and she will say,
I'm not a child.
and she will go, "Are you satisfied with how things turned out, Wander?"
Yes.
Okay.
You don't even have to roll to. You don't even have to roll to know that there's. He's telling the truth, but there's this strange. Oh no. Oh no. There's this strange feeling you're getting from him, where he seems confused. It's like getting a surprise party. Like he seems like he's happy, but he didn't expect to feel the way he does.
Do you want to talk about it?
No.
Okay.
He's still kind of flexing his hand, opening it, closing it.
I'm very grateful you came up with a plan. I think we make a good team, don't you?
Yes.
And then she will reach out and grab your hand and squeeze it. And then sort of start walking away.
By the way, Nyx, that slap from the fucking the fucking shaft of the glaive. I did it because I knew he would do it. From the glaive was aimed at your femoral artery, so that's fun.
Did you just say any words?
Yes.
Look at this guy saying big words.
It's the upper, or middle part of the thigh. It hurts like a bit.
Inner thigh.
It'll cause a limp.
Yeah.
Dead legged him.
Nyx is limping and very aware of if you had used that blade, that would have done some damage.
He sands one leg.
You said, know your place, trash.
I did not say that. I told you his reaction to pranks are a lot more physical.
Unless Naira does it, and then you just get a sort of dull muttering.
And liquor dumped on you.
Oh yeah, that too.
I don't know. Keep poking him. See what happens.
So, what do y'all want to do now?
Well, we have those gentlemen that we should probably escort out. I know
And
we
there's
have.
nowhere
Go ahead.
deeper, is there?
Yeah, there is. Back towards the statue where I got the last name.
Oh, we really. Oh, well, no, it's probably fine.
Oh, we should at least
Or
let
is
the.
apparently just on a mission.
Then we're going. Let's check it out.
As Loran passes by the guys, he's just like, I'm sorry.
We'll be right here.
He's going. Oh shit!
It's not even 9 a.m. and we slayed a demon. Just as he's walking by the room full of people.
Riding the high.
Look how they massacred my boy.
No, he'll pay us back in kind. It'll be a rough fight next time.
I mean, I'm trying.
Don't be afraid to kill us. Don't be afraid. Like, I have access to Revivify. Just give me a
Yeah,
diamond and, like, you can
I'm
kill one of us.
trying.
No. You see, you're doing quality. We need quantity. Next
I
time,
think that was the
already got
first time you rolled like a creature that was last on the initiative entirely.
So yeah, you guys just got 2 rounds of just circle beating this thing.
Circle beating.
And then Laurie does 70 damage per round.
I used resources. Which I no
So,
longer have.
Me too.
you this area, as you enter it, you see that coming off the main passage to either side, there are. Oh, I assume you guys are checking for traps and the like.
Oh.
Indeed. You don't find as you move along this the workstone floor, examining the walls and the floor itself. You don't find any evidence of traps. This looks like an area that was intended for work. And as you kind of take a look into these side rooms, that kind of impression is borne out. You see old fittings on the doors or on the entranceways, as though there were once doors here, but they've been removed either by time or the presence of the goblinoids that you recently evicted. But within the chambers themselves, here on the left, you see 2 or you would assume very old anvils that are actually set into the stone of the floor itself. They're the metal dulled by age, but still obviously incredibly solid, large crafting stations. Around them on the floor, just scattered around as though they've been rooted through, are a number of tools. There's the common ones that you'd normally expect to see: blacksmith's hammers, pincers, obviously things intended to manipulate hot metal and the like. But you also see others that are stranger. Naira, give me, I guess, anyone who is proficient with Arcana or a bard can roll.
Proficient in Arcana or a bard.
There are only 2 types of people. Perfect.
We rolled the same number.
Yep.
Slightly
No
different outcome.
no powers.
Very different results.
You're not entirely certain what the tools that you're seeing are for. That you don't really recognize them. They're
Technically, I
obviously
have-
intended.
Technically, I still have detect magic up.
That's true. None of the tools are magical. You don't see any. You don't sense any magical auras in this room. But just looking at the tools, they seem to. They are obviously intended for more delicate purposes than your typical smithing, and also not intended for working metals. You see like a number of chisels and other kind of devices that are obviously intended to manipulate things that are far more delicate than any kind of heated metal or anything like that.
I will get Wander's attention and see if there's anything here that he wants. Does it look old, or does it look like it was brought
Yes.
in by the? Okay, so it
No,
looks like
everything in this room certainly looks like it was the original. As I said, it looks like it's been rooted through, and there's obviously like there may be some things that have been taken and stuff like that. But yeah, what is here? There is some just kind of what looks to be like goblinoid detritus mixed in amongst it. But the majority of the actual tools and the like look very, very old and have what you can kind of recognize as distinct kind of dwarven craftsmanship or craft dwarfship, I should say. In this room on the right, Nix, you see what built into the very stone of this corner, what looks to be a smelter, a flue that at some point looks like it ran up into the ceiling of this chamber, has obviously at some point in the past caved in. The interior of what you assume to be a smelter is full of like dirt and loose rocks that have evidently crumbled down into it over the centuries. Apart from that, there's a couple of stone tables that look like they've been laid out. There's a few kind of ingots of metal in the room as well, but it's obviously a workshop of some kind.
does
As
Wander
you move
find
up,
anything that he wants?
Wander, are you looking for anything in particular, or
Yeah,
in
I,
general?
I was I was just gonna look at because I think Naira said that she pointed out the
I
bits and
did.
pieces there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm just gonna replace, assuming that there's no like broken bits to them. I'll replace some of my smith's tools with some dwarven hammers and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, you were certainly able to find some that, despite the age, dwarves make things that last. And so, despite however much time has passed through, they are like of fine quality and fine make. And you're definitely able to, augment your tools with some items that you find here.
That's all.
Okay. As you move up the main corridor, you see that this chamber at the end, again, on the walls to either side of this entranceway, there are fittings where once very heavy hinges lay. There are even, you can see now, scattered on the floor, what looks to be a very old, the remnants of very old planks of wood that have been broken down and battered down at some point in the not too distant past. You imagine potentially the goblinoids have investigated this area well ahead of you. The chamber beyond, you see a low, what could be it looks like the stone tables that you had seen before, but it's lower to the ground, potentially even a stone bed on the far side of this chamber. On the left-hand side here, there is a statue. On the right, there are the remnants of what look to be a couple of bookcases. In these two rooms, in the center of each, laid into the stone, are familiar runic circles, smaller and less grand than the one that you just came from, but obviously of the same kind of design. They are inlaid into the stone itself in the center of each room. Smaller, as I said, and apparently inactive. Naira, as you approach, you can sense with your detect magic, there are no active magical fields. There's the lingering sense of kind of that power is kind of gathered here, and you can tell that these are kind of focal points, almost like arcane focuses, but very, very specialized toward abjuration magic and particular abjuration spells. or rituals in this case. They're not currently active, however. In this room on the southern wall, there is again the remnants of what looks to be, it was at one point potentially a bookcase. And in the chamber on the right, there is the tattered remnants of what were probably at some point a couple of tables.
The bookshelves, I imagine, are like when you go into some of the caves in Skyrim, and it's just like ruined books and nothing you can actually.
Give me an investigation check.
And do you tell her that or do you tell Naira that there are books?
Oh, Naira, you can see.
But I wasn't over there.
Yeah, I would. Once I failed, I would go, "Hey, dreamer,"
Mm-hmm.
and point at the books.
And I probably squeal a little. And then I compose myself, and I look a little bit embarrassed that noise came out of me.
Oh, I was gonna assist you, but I don't think you need it.
Hi. What do I find?
You do actually find, as you're looking through the book, it looks obviously as though the goblinoids and other beings have been here before you. A lot of the books are scattered around and things like that, and also many of them have simply just worn away over the decades, centuries, however long it's been. But you do find one volume that is far more intact than the others. It is a volume that is actually chained shut and bound in steel. So the covers of it are actually, it's a very heavy volume. The covers are actually metal plates that are then hinged to a metallic spine.
Oh, that's ominous.
And within, the pages look largely intact. You can't read the dwarven runes on the front of it, but yeah, you found this like underneath a pile of somewhat moldy paper. There was this volume that you found.
Naira delightedly picks it up. She does not attempt to open it in any way. But you will probably hear her like mumbling about the Cretans who destroyed these precious books. And then Nix, follow me into the light. I need your help. Can you read this?
Can I read it?
Yes. You recognize the dwarven runes. Takes you a moment to kind of parse them. But the title that is engraved, not even written onto, but actually engraved into the plates of the book, is essentially, in common, would translate to "On Contacting the Outer Planes."
Uh,
We're going to space.
Nyx, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I got myself. Nyx is going to look at the book and go, interesting. Dwarfs Gone Wild.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
But what
Those
is in the
Rangers
web?
are-
Oh no!
He will reach out and... How does Naira react when he says that?
I am considering that. Give me a second. Naira is probably she's looking at it a little bit confused. And probably says something along the lines of, I wouldn't have expected it to be in this protective a book.
If you look back up at Nyx, he has that I just did a funny look.
She with that crit fail, no, she is Actually, she's probably like, well, I'm sure it's probably safe to open, and starts to open
Ah!
it.
When you start to open it, Nyx will put his hand on the book and say, "I'm sorry, I was just fucking with you. It says on contact in the outer planes."
Oh. Oh. And then she sort of scowls at you, but doesn't say anything. And you can definitely tell there's some humor there. But she.
But you wanted to read that book. Interesting.
Oh. Okay. Her little whiskers are going now.
I'm just being paranoid, or do I think that stone statue's gonna come alive?
I'm already alive.
Fuck.
How heavy is this book?
Hmm?
How heavy is this book?
It's a good, 8 or 9 pounds at least.
What? Yeah, I will actually ask if anybody has room in their pack to hold it for me. I'd love to take a look at it later, but it's made of metal.
I mean, I can hold plenty if you want.
Thank you. I would very much appreciate it.
Into the water skin it goes.
No,
I'm
no.
kidding.
She is not in the mood to be messed with. Like, she has her hand over her heart.
She
got
Live down here for 500 years, hand it to Lorium, 20 seconds later.
You will, in front of you, place it into a side pouch on his.
Thank you.
Chained book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nyx. What are you doing in this room?
Well, looking at statues helped earlier, so he's gonna look to see if this statue has a name.
Yes. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second.
30, by the way.
The writing across the statue itself is of a very sagely looking female dwarf dressed in scholarly robes. 1 second. Here we go. With a emblazoned on the front a river running from the from the collar down the front that kind of goes back and forth slightly, with 7 stars emblazoned around it. And the below it, the kind of inscription at its base reads, "May the blessings of Our Lady Maestra fall upon our endeavors." Are you proficient in religion at all?
I am not, but I was literally just about to go, hey Dreamer, do you know any dwarven gods that have rivers and stars?
Probably.
This is not actually a dwarven specific deity. It is not one that is commonly worshipped in the Harashan coast, at least not openly. But with your familiarity with the colleges of the mage colleges specifically of Vanya, it's not entirely uncommon to see discrete shrines within some of the more academic colleges that have this very similar symbology, that are dedicated to Mistara, who is the goddess of the, or Mistra rather, who is the goddess of the weave of magic. She is considered by many to be essentially the incarnation of the natural force of the magical weave.
I will relate this specifically as something that was very familiar to the students at Sorveni, because there's superstitions around making sure you don't piss her off right before exams and things like that.
When you say her the name, he'll go, "Oh, that's what that says."
She's still got a big old beard, by the way.
Oh, hell yeah. I would expect no less.
And with your 30, as you're looking through these bookcases and the ruins and everything that are there, you don't find much. Again, this area looks as though it's been thoroughly ransacked by the goblinoids during their stay here. There's like scratches and signs and some goblinoid graffiti that's been scrolled on many of the pages and ruined whatever may have once been there, what wasn't already ruined by time. But with a 30, you do find down the essentially down the back of one of these cases, where it had apparently escaped the notice of everyone who had come before, a scroll that, with your still active detect magic, glows with a aura. The quality and the pristine nature of the scroll, though it appears to be just like plain vellum, indicates as well that it is magical in nature. You believe this to be a spell scroll.
To get to it, by the way, once Naira noticed that there was a faint magical aura, you will have noticed that she just started chucking stuff over her shoulder, like she's digging through this, just absolutely like determined. Now, this isn't going to be a I prepared explosive runes this morning situation, is it?
No, you've got your detect magic up still, so let me just
You detect that it's not a very good idea to.
Yes, this is the aura of magic that lingers around it is divination.
Can I, if I open it up and have a look, will I be able to tell what the spell is just by an Arcana check, or do I need to identify?
I believe you need to do identify. Let me double check.
Ow.
Actually, let me double check something else as well. The bardic spell list. Yeah, give me an Arcana check. It's like, again, it's an unfamiliar tradition of magic, so you do need to kind of puzzle it out a little bit. But yeah, that's fine. This is a rather powerful spell scroll. It is a scroll of scrying, and despite the dwarvish nature, you can understand kind of the fundamental structures of the magical constructs within it enough that you'd be fairly confident. This is a like, it is on the bardic spell list essentially, so you are familiar enough with the methods that this spell requires that you'd be pretty confident about utilizing it.
Okay. Well, that's really exciting. Naira is again just sort of vibrating with glee, and it's just like, oh, this is it. It's a spell. It's a scroll. It's a scroll of scrying. Oh, I've always wanted to play with this.
So you can like scry on anyone, anywhere.
Or anything.
Well, I'd have to be sort of familiar with it, I think. But yeah, anybody, anywhere.
What happens if you scry on yourself? Does it like create like a magical crossing of the beams?
I think I might just see the back of my own head.
You just play in third person for a while.
Best
Hit
use of
camera
a fifth level spell
button.
slot.
Oh my gosh. Everybody but Naira roll an insight check.
Go ahead.
Everyone but Naira?
Yeah, because when you were talking, you were looking at them and focused on your scroll.
That's fair.
Did you focus up though after you announced it? On the group?
Say that again?
I was asking if Naira focused on everyone else around you in the group then.
Yeah, I would. I was looking up at you guys when I was explaining what the scroll was.
Well, you can roll an insight check, but it's on Lorium.
Well, first, let's resolve that. So,
Yeah,
14,
exactly.
9, and 21. Nix, what do they see?
I'm just trying. Yeah, Lorium and Wander will notice that when she said what it was, you've noticed Nyx doesn't know a lot about magic, but he seemed to know what this spell already did, so he stopped paying attention.
He just stopped. And on his, DC was 20, 18, 15. Yeah.
Woot.
You would notice the moment after you said that it's a scrying skull, you got his full undivided attention. If he could use that, he'd want it very badly.
Can you use it?
I don't know. I would say technically neither would he. As he's never used a spell scroll in his life.
Based on that, Naira's actually going to she's going to start saying some more things. She's going to say, actually, technically, I don't even need to be personally familiar with the subject of the scrying. If somebody were to tell me about them, for example, I might be able to scry on them. It might be a little bit harder. They would know, they could possibly know I was trying, but and like if I was given a picture, or if I had a picture of them, it would make it a little bit easier, or anything like that. And she is trying to judge your reaction to that knowledge.
A vague sense of like inability. Like what you are describing, he would not be able to do.
21. So I'm trying to poker face that.
Can I roll an insight check?
Go for it.
Yeah.
I am going to need to roll an 18 or better.
To beat my silver tongue 21.
Nope. Because she was more focused on Lorium. So she'll then tuck it away and say, well, this is a very good resource, and we should hold on to this until it's important.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. I don't know that there's anything else in here worth finding.
When you searched, by the way, were you just searching the bookcases and stuff?
No, I searched the whole room.
Okay, yeah. Let me just double check. Yeah. Okay. You did find on this area here, so on this kind of stone desk and the floor around it, you did find more remnants of what looks like they were at one point very complex equipment. The remnants of very delicate like glassware and metal fittings that were very complex, very finely made, and unfortunately very destroyed by time and rough treatment. This was you would guess based on what you've seen. This was like the central sanctum, if you like, of a laboratory.
I mean, neat, but is there anything I can take?
Um,
Cool information, but can I steal it?
Repurpose it. Nobody's down here.
Can I sell it or use it to kill people? No. Moving on.
Actually, yes. You do find among the fittings because you rolled because you rolled so ludicrously high. Again, kind of just in places where they were obviously like knocked by uncaring hands, and since then overlooked. You do find a number of gems that are
Ooh.
still slotted into their metallic fittings. A fairly large a fire ruby, which is a ruby that has a particular kind of flaw inside it, which makes it useful for certain alchemical and arcane applications. You would need to kind of get it assessed to have an idea of precisely what its value is, but it's fairly sizable stone. And then two small-ish, but still fairly valuable diamonds.
Oh! I found pretties.
I think when Naira says that, Nyx like runs up to her, and they're both like oohing and eyeing over the diamonds.
um, do I know that Wander could use diamonds, by the way? Like, can I roll a religion check?
Give me a religion check.
Big number.
Nope.
Super big. Oh,
Not big number. Well, still a 12.
medium number.
Still alive.
No. Yeah, you've heard that diamonds are used in certain rituals and the like, but nothing specific.
Well, I will still say to the group, it looks like I've got a ruby and a couple of diamonds here. We can get them assessed when we get into a bigger town, and that seems like that'll be a nice windfall. Or it might make a pretty necklace.
When looking around this final room, it doesn't. There aren't like any. I would like to check for hidden doors or compartments.
Okay, give me an investigation check. Don't find anything. It kind of you go around knocking on the walls, and a couple of stones kind of come loose. The mortar is obviously fairly decayed at this point, but no hidden doors or passages.
Well, I guess we've explored the place.
Nothing else back here, at least. So what do you say we help those folks out and then look at the first, or just collapse the bitch?
I like both. Or either. But definitely collapsing it. Sorry, you were about to say something?
I just wouldn't mind being out in the sunshine.
Ponder. Come on.
Peeks around the corner.
It's funny.
Putting two fingers together.
By the by,
Wha-
do we have a plan to blow up the entrance? I know that Uther and I can create kind of a big bang, but we might have to go back to Samesh and get, well, make his day.
I can smack with thunder.
Yeah, question, DM.
Mhm.
From using of my spells and previous experience, Shatter, how effective do I think it would be focusing it as for that? Because I understand, it doesn't work all the time and in fights, but if I take a bit of time to be like weaker points, you know what I mean, and focus it right there.
You would need to make like some rolls to assess the weak points of the structure and to kind of focus it in the right ways as you cast it. But yeah, you have the feeling that it could potentially be very effective at that,
Especially
Okay.
if there was more than one.
especially if there was more than one.
Like, let's say 3.
Say alter it as
Say-
much as we can to focus it on a singular points or whatever. Yeah.
Cool.
Lorium uses frag grenade.
Extremely powerful spell.
And then it'll go off with a pop and send frag scattering everywhere, and nothing else will be really changed. It's like a bunch of 22 bullets in all directions.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't do much to stone.
Surprisingly enough.
We looked at everything in there, didn't we? It was just a big fucking water cavern, and then yeah.
Yeah, and then they crashed in empty crates. And then
I
the
mean,
dwarves
we also
had
don't
too.
have to cover the entire place. We could just go back to.
Yeah, we could just leave.
We could just go back to our cutoff.
There was a big, strong hugger.
As well as like
10
that
hours.
worm snake thingy that killed the goblins, or at least that's what we're suspecting.
Yeah, we should probably leave that be because we still have to go.
Nah, it's just a really big bodybuilder that loves the fly machine.
That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say.
that's reaching.
I know it is.
Yeah, this is still barricaded up, so Lorium would move it out of the way. Just very effective.
That's right, you barricaded it. Nyx will pull up in a convertible and be like, "Get in, bitches." No, he'll walk in and he'll say, "Well, we're gonna be heading back up. Want to come with us?"
Aye, very much so. Lead on.
And the bus ride begins.
Yay!
Lorium, as you walk past Nyx, as we get back into this more cavernous part, you see him start shuffling the cards.
Aww. We're going the wrong way, but wait, are we?
It's
Oh, we're going the right way.
No, we're going the right way.
No, yeah. So you make your way back to the entrance, marked by the caved-in body of the ogre, and the ropes are all are still hanging down. This is indeed where you descended.
I have a question.
Mhm.
How many feet down was this? Was it like 50?
Yeah, it was about 50 feet down.
Okay. Weird question, but if Lorium stood on top of the ogre's body, could he potentially boost these guys up 20 feet? No, never mind.
No, yeah, not quite that far.
If we made a human ladder, could one of them climb up us?
If Lorium holds one of them on his shoulders, they will reach about 10 feet up.
Yeah, I realized it as I was saying it. I did the math. I was like, oh dang, because if I knot the magic rope, it'll be 30 feet, but it makes it an advantage to climb.
Lorium will be waiting at the bottom to be the last.
I will also be waiting to be the last.
We wait down here for centuries.
Yes.
Nyx is going.
There is also a winch at the top, I do just want to point out.
Yeah, that's probably how they got the ogres up and down.
Oh right.
Thanks, Sky Daddy. You could also just go to the top and then make the rope attached to another rope and then coil.
That's true. I know I'm gonna lose, but he gets to the edge of the wall with the ropes, and he looks at his sister and says, "Race ya," and then goes.
Oh, she launches as soon as the word race.
And he's gonna movement dash bonus action dash.
Both of you give me dexterity, or basically both of you roll initiative, but Naira, you roll with advantage because you are technically, you have that your tabaxi speed, so you are technically faster than him.
Climbing speed.
I'm just gonna roll a d20 plus 5.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna roll a dexterity ability check with advantage, and then it's +1 on top of whatever I get.
Okay. Yeah, Nyx, you are about halfway up when this orange-colored blur just passes you on the left.
It's
On
Garfield.
your left.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I expected to happen, but it was still fun. And then once Nara and Nyx are up at the top, he'll look at her and say, "Hey, Dreamer, do you think we could get that working?" And point at the. Oh, it's like a manual thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a hand or yeah, not hand cranked, but like it would be a arm cranked winch. It's got this big, like a great kind of wooden handle coming out of one side. One second.
I don't know why I thought it would be like motorized.
So yep, and
It's got a big button.
Yeah. Get the slaves up there first, and they can do one last job.
Oh,
boy.
but then scratch that, because I mean, maybe we could do it together.
With the
we
power
could
of friendship.
try.
Let's get Uther up there too.
I mean, I kind of would like to take the winch elevator. That'd be nice.
If Uther grabs, Nyx is going to, like, wiggles the only word I can think of, like wiggle the rope that's attached to the winch. So like when you're trying to plug stuff in a massive cords and you're like trying to figure out which cord is which.
Yeah, you're just like, okay, this is the one.
And he will do that so they can figure out which one. And then if Uther grabs the rope, he will attempt to pull him up.
I'll help.
You actually don't even need, especially with Naira helping, you don't even need to roll. Like this is it is designed precisely for what you are doing. In fact, it's designed to haul large like crates of ore and ogres up and down this descent. So Uther's rather svelte form is no issue whatsoever. But Uther, just to kind of make sure that you don't have an issue kind of gripping the rope and going up, do roll me a strength check, please. Or athletics, if you have proficiency. If it makes a difference. Yeah, that's fine. You are easily able to kind of just wrap your arms around the rope, get a good grip, and sort of walk your way up the side as they winch you up. This mechanical squeaking, and before long, boop.
And then we'll send it back down, and Nyx will like look towards his sister. Do you know any of their names?
Yes, I do. Oscar,
Yeah, miss?
Morton, and Stannon. You guys coming up next?
Right you are, miss. Go on, Morton. And,
One at a
yeah,
time,
and then-
please. Morton, come on
Lauren,
up.
Lauren would show him how to wrap a rope around the forearm and then create basically like a step ladder with one foot on the rope.
Okay, yeah. So if you take the time, like it takes you a minute to just like tie that little loop off so that you can kind of stand in it. And at that point, they don't even have to roll to go up. So it takes you a few minutes, but you're easily able to, one at a time, get them all up here.
And I will introduce Nyx to them as they come up, by the way. So I'll be like, this is Morton.
And Nyx is like, "Ha, great to meet you."
Does he have a really good immune system?
I'm sorry. All I can think of is, wasn't there a Schoolhouse Rock song that was like, Morton is the beginning of the sentence and everything, like, it's not important. Who's next?
Lauren will allow Wander to go unless he just really doesn't want to be the or really doesn't want to go first.
He just stiffly gestures for you to go.
All right. Yeah, he'll go.
Go ahead and like Nyx, Naira, and Uther, just go ahead and all roll me a strength check just to see how long. Like, eventually you're gonna be able to get him up, but
Man,
Can I roll an
shenanigans
athletics
you.
to start? Can I roll an athletics to just start going if he takes too long?
Sure.
May I use an athletics roll for this winch thing?
Yes. Yeah. So
Yeah.
strength or athletics is fine.
Rolled a 2. It's a 10.
Naira's just watching Uther with extreme interest.
I have a
Yeah, so Lauren, like it is a little slow and juddery, the ascent, and eventually you just kind of get a little bit fed up and kind of just brace yourself and start climbing up the wall as you go. So yeah, but you are able to get up there without any major hiccups.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
It's a wall!
No.
And then Wander's going to try to mimic the same grip and stance on the rope that Lorian was showing the others.
Okay. So is it the same people working the winch?
No, Lauren.
Yeah, I was going to be like, probably shouldn't be, guys. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, he's totally just watching them and laughing.
Yeah. Laura, you just kind of walk up and sort of just one-hand it as you go, and Wander, yeah, you slowly are raised up.
Can I say I helped?
The 22, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you roll higher than Laura.
But yeah, without too many complications, your small group is once again assembled on the first floor. The three companions looking somewhat lost and expectant off in the corner.
Well, I found some loot. I'm going to pick up the lantern.
Okay.
Looking in general chat, that entire scene was just a thirst trap. That's all it was.
I actually went viral on Twitter regarding that particular GIF.
Oh yeah.
I did. I responded to somebody with a blue check mark who had posted it with, "I'm gonna need to see him with his do that with his shirt off for science," and I got like 1,000 retweets on it. It was pretty funny.
For science.
Anyway,
Nice.
Sorry,
scientific studies aside, as you guys advance,
I can't see.
the three civilians follow along behind you guys. As you move through, you can see that the bodies that you'd left behind are like some of them have been obviously gnawed on. There are obviously definitely still things present in this cavern that have a propensity for flesh, and in your absence, they have indulged.
Orem is taking up the vanguard, waiting for the Three Stooges. Two tank boys cover the rear.
Yes.
Did we come from the south part or the north?
Yeah, you should probably keep track of that, huh?
Well, Naira made marks.
Naira did
Yeah,
mark
yeah.
the walls.
I did mark the walls. So, you're not even going to need to roll. Naira, with your marks that you made as you moved through, you know that you came from the north.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see any sign that you have been to the south. Nix, you do recall, and you can still see now, that there are signs of fairly frequent traffic along the southern tunnel.
Nix, you receive a message in your head. Should we totally not check that out? Because it would be a terrible idea for us to go and look right now.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
I mean, it won't matter if we're really stealthy, is all I'm saying.
As you're holding a lantern up, talking about being stealthy.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll trip him out.
I think at this point, Naira gets to hear and realizes she is in the dark and by herself.
I'm just saying, we never found the shaman guy.
Can I have my light back? Well, the shaman guy's not here.
Yeah,
Well-
sorry, I thought I still had it going for you. There you
I can't see.
That's why I was sticking with the Three Stooges.
go.
I'm just saying, what if it's a room filled with gold?
Oh, we can come back.
Oh boy.
Nix does not want to go. Nix wants to get out.
Perfect. This way.
Shuffle them cards, buddy boy.
Traveling along with you. And Nix, go ahead and roll me another wisdom save, please. With advantage this time as you shuffle your cards.
If it turns out that if we had gone south, we would have ended up back at the entrance without having to crawl through tiny places.
That'd be perfect.
That would be.
I
perfect.
mean, the ogres
I'm pretty
got in
sure
here
it was-
somehow.
I'm pretty sure it was the Skyrim exit.
Oh yeah. Little side exit.
There's always a way at the end of a dungeon, don't you know?
Well, I mean, it also, like, there is definitely a route that doesn't require going through small tunnels because you met an ogre down there. And even squeezing, an ogre ain't getting through here.
Naira,
But regardless.
Naira is
Sorry.
going to grab Nyx's arm, hand, wrist, whatever, and just say, "I got you." Or, in fact, she says, "Saretesh."
Nyx will follow Naira.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that you can automatically move in,
And
given.
she is humming now for Nyx. She is humming a song that he will recognize. Like,
If Naira looks at him, she'll notice that he's closed his eyes.
yeah, she's guiding you. She anticipated that.
But you will also notice that when he closes his eyes, he's calmer.
Uther, I believe that's the way to the snake. I think we want to go south here. Am I right about that?
Yes, that is what your markings indicate.
Ooh, what did I tell you?
No, you did. We were talking about this earlier today, and she did actually say, "It's like, no, I am 100% confident I know the route."
I have
Nice.
I have an uncanny ability to find my way out of places I've been before.
I remember that story. Oh, Wander goes the other way. Him and I are just being children over here.
No idea what you're talking about. Man, it's been a while. It's been a lifetime since we've been through here.
I know, right? Feels like it's been a week.
Hold on, I gotta look at something real quick. Oh my gosh! And then I won't say anything after, just like, God damn it! And then he walks back.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. I'm just happy that we're taking more opportunities for Nyx to get over his fears. That's all. How I'll put it.
Really good way of putting it.
Nyx, yeah, you are able to move and act like so. You can tell he's obviously kind of ribbing you, and the slight stab of annoyance that you get at that kind of overcomes it gives you the distraction you need to push your fear to the side, and you can now move and act without issue.
Make sure to jump over that spike trap.
Or don't.
I'm curious. I see this. What is this?
What is what?
There's literally a saying that says "Curiosity killed the cat."
And
Yes,
you're literally a
Satisfaction brought
not
it back.
not actually a cat. Which is something you've heard Naira say several times now.
Not a
Oh
robot.
wait, this was
Not a robot.
this was a little side entrance, wasn't it? Wait, was it? Wait, no, we didn't go down there.
We
No,
haven't
no,
got
you-
down here yet, and I am desperately curious. Will anybody be mad if I go? Oh, okay.
I guess while they're doing that, Nyx is going to help these men across this pit.
I'm gonna do the
Okay.
same.
Yeah, with your help, there, like none of you guys even have to roll. Uther, wait there for just a tick.
Oh,
Yay!
You.
With the two of you helping them, they're all able to leap across without any difficulty. It's like it is a fairly large pit, but with a bit of a run up, they're all able to clear it with no problems. Three of your companions, meanwhile, have gone on a brief little excursion,
I don't know
squeezing their
why.
way down a narrow tunnel. Uther, as you step through, give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Yes.
With disadvantage because you are squeezing.
Yes.
Saving throw. Disadvantage. Come on.
Oh, no!
Mm.
Not great.
As you step through into this little junction here, you feel some kind of pressure against your leg, and before you can pull it back, there is a and spikes on a rotating arm come shooting out of the wall, thudding into you for
Oh, that's the worst one we've seen so far.
12 damage. Oof.
No.
Oh,
only 7 points of damage.
Could have been worse.
Oh, yeah.
Ow!
Oh my. Do you think I should go first?
That's why I started letting the little lady take the lead.
I think I see something that way. Dead Gobbo's over there. And there's more to the south. Which way, you think?
We could also come back.
But we're so close.
Clearly.
Oh, and actually, this light is not here.
You said you
well,
saw.
dang.
I know. Suddenly, I don't. For some reason, I guess.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, with your dark vision, you can see that this tunnel, like, it is very windy, but you can see that there is a larger chamber beyond it, but you can't see any details inside.
Let's go this way. And Naira is gonna check for traps as she goes.
Give me an investigation check, please.
While they're doing that, I think Nyx is going to start bringing the three gentlemen down this tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow up the rear.
Oh no, this is where it all happens.
Okay, 29. You don't find anything. You are able to clear this entire tunnel. You find no sign of any further traps. And you emerge into the familiar entrance chamber. The
Oh,
most
hi.
welcome sight of daylight filtering in from above.
Well, fuck me, that worked out. But now where does that other path lead?
There's several paths you guys haven't explored.
We were so close. Yeah, I remember there's one up north that we haven't gone through yet. The super huggy one. Why are you smiling like that? Stop that.
Nyx is going to, like, as he hears the three gentlemen getting closer, kind of glance at them and tell them to, like, wait a second, and then he's gonna go to the mouth of the cave and see what's outside the cave.
Okay. Outside the cave, it is fairly early morning. You look out into the familiar clearing. What was the What are you checking the investigation?
Didn't mean to do that with advantage, but I'm starting to examine the walls here and see if I can find good places to collapse stuff.
Okay, so we'll get back to that in a sec. It looks to be fairly early morning, probably about 8 or 9 o'clock. Evidently, your internal clocks down here, you know, your night's rest was started earlier than normal. But it looks like it's probably about 8 or 9 o'clock outside. You see the familiar sight of the bodies that you had created on your way in, and the half-loaded wagon that the hobgoblins and goblinoids were working on when you guys arrived. It all seems much as you left it.
Nyx is gonna signal that it's clear, and then he is going to step out of the cave.
Naira has a question for the three men, by the way.
Okay.
She will say, we found several companions. Was it 3 or 4 people? It was 3.
You found, yeah.
Um, that have already escaped, and then there's you 3. Do you know if there are any more people down here?
I don't rightly know. I don't think so. We only, I think there was only 6 of us. They didn't really keep us together very much. They usually had us working, but that sounds about right.
Okay, thank you very much.
No worries, miss.
And then she's gonna wave Nyx over. I don't know if you're capable of doing anything like this, Nyx, but they say that they think there was probably only the 6 of them down there in terms of survivors. Can you see if you can sort of corroborate that with footprints or anything like that? Like, do we have reason to believe there's any more people down there?
Is that something I could deduce?
It would be hard, especially given that they said that they'd been down there for potentially a couple of weeks. Like it's technically possible, but it would be difficult.
With all the traffic in that cave, I mean, I might be able to tell if creatures or things came through, but it might be a little hard to deduce numbers of humans. I can try.
I mean, if you already found the others that were in that palisade, that's where they would keep us when we weren't working down in the mines. So I think that'd be all of us. Well, those of us that they hadn't already thrown aside. Not everyone could work, so
Your
it was kind of quiet and somber for a moment.
your friends, if they got out, where would they have head?
Well, you guys remember that you actually specifically told them where your horses were, and told them to go there, which was
Cass,
a
that's
few
so
hundred
smart.
feet into the a few hundred feet into the woods.
Then I think that we should try to find them and see if they have seen anybody else down there.
Nyx, I'll go get him, and you get the feeling that Nyx has been waiting for an excuse to go into the forest.
Have fun.
And then he'll run off and he'll go grab them and the horses and bring them back.
And Valco?
Falco will obviously follow. He's a good boy.
Valco
Yeah.
ate one of the horses.
You find 4
You-
corpses, Valko's bloody maw.
You head into the woods. You head back toward the area where you basically where you remember tethering them and everything like that. Roll me a perception check as you get closer.
Oh no.
I will. Just to let you know, before I got to them, I would have picked the tallest tree I could see, and I would have just climbed to the top of it, and just taken a few seconds to like sit in the breeze, enjoy that.
This knot of tension that you had been carrying as you hunched away from the ceiling that pressed in above you just unwinds. Oh, and it's perhaps that relief that distracts you slightly as you arrive and you see the horses tethered much as where you left them. the three people actually who all kind of scramble to their feet as you arrive, and then relax slightly as they recognize you. And Valko, who is feeding with apparent enjoyment on the body of a hobgoblin that you don't recognize.
I ignore the people and the horses, and I go straight to Valko, and I give him scritches, and I'm like, "You're a good boy. Yes, you are. You killed that hobgoblin." And I don't even ask them if that's what happened, because I know that's what happened.
They've got like scratch marks on them and scars.
Honestly, it
Bloody
was like
weapons.
honestly, it was like that when we got here.
Yes.
Well,
She she kind of scrambles to her feet, and she's got the boy with her, and the man that you found with them. Just like, is it done? Is it over? Did you find the others?
we found three men: Oscar, Morton.
Stannon.
Stan.
Yep, that other guy.
Oh, that's them right enough. They're all okay.
Yeah. Do you know if were there any other people?
Oh, not anymore.
Okay, because we're gonna collapse that place so that nothing else like this can happen again. Okay?
Good. Yeah. Aye, do it.
Yeah. Well, if you will, each of you grab a reins, and I'll take you back to your friends.
Right enough. Yeah. Come on, let's go. And yeah, they all help you gather up the horses and lead them back.
And Nyx will turn to Valko and just say, "All right, champ, lead the way."
And yeah, Valko with something of a prance to his step, and a strip of goblin chainmail that he's kind of gnawing on as he moves, leads the way back to the clearing. Somewhat happily charging forward and throwing himself at Naira as the group re-arrives, prancing very happily and forcefully around you.
Do I notice that he's got a little blood on him?
Yeah, he's got this strip of like bloody chainmail and padded armor that he's kind of gnawing on as he prances around you.
What is
He's very
this?
pleased with himself.
I'm giving him love, and I'm looking at Nyx like, what is this?
Well, like the good boy that he is, he protected the horses.
You're such a good boy. Oh, and my real dog is now like, am I?
Yes, I am.
I didn't even do anything, but of course I am.
Nyx will turn to Lorium and say, "Hobgoblin."
Nah. Falco levels up.
So proud of you. So do we know how many people were down there?
From what they told me, just the 6 of them were all that made it. So this should be all of them.
And she will look around at everybody else and she will say, so can y'all help me take the collars off these dead ogres? And she will go to her horse and take all of the shards that she has collected so far.
Okay, who's gathering the collars?
I mean, shit. Lorium was picking up a big piece of wood.
Nyx will gather the collars, but before he leaves Lorium, he'll point towards the cart and say, "You should check those crates and stuff."
Oh, yeah, shit, you're right. I'll just be dragging this lumber that he may or may not
Okay.
use the bludgeoning weapon.
The barrels and chests that are loaded onto this cart are filled with the dark ore.
Where is my horse, by the way?
They're all here. Like I can drag them onto the map if you like, but they were getting unwieldy.
No, I know. I just need to know where Naira would have gone.
Oh, okay, here.
Okay.
Yeah, we got more of the rocks here.
Just get him inside the cave, please.
Yeah, alright. We'll start hauling all of the barrels and crates into the cave.
Okay. And Nyx, give me an investigation check. In fact, all of you, give me perception. Well, the rest of you give me perception checks. Nyx, give me an investigation check as you are moving around and gathering this stuff up.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
You see that the ogres are wearing these familiar collars, but the hobgoblins in particular, all of the ones that you have seen, that you see out here, and now that you're looking at them more closely, are not collars, but at the base of the skull, embedded into the flesh itself, are more shards.
Mm.
The skin around it starting to become black and almost necrotic, these streaks radiating out from it. But the shards themselves married to the flesh. The people that see that are Nyx, Naira, and that's it. Only the two of you notice this.
Naira will have a vocal reaction to that when she notices it. She will just be like, "Oh my goodness, that's..." And she will start checking the other hobgoblins as well, and will point out, "I think we need to get them all inside."
Fine. So we'll start dragging them all inside, two at a time.
Wander will start helping, much less effective.
Thank you,
Accidentally grabbed
Loria.
one of the people. Mm.
Just kind of like, hand on the collar and belt and throw them down into the darkness.
Once she's done delivering her stuff to the thing, she's going to come down here and help Nyx.
Okay. Yeah, you spend it takes you a few minutes, like to gather up all the bodies, get them in there, along with empty the wagon and roll the various barrels and everything down into the darkness of the entrance. But you're able to accomplish that fairly easily as you take your time. And yeah, after about 10 minutes, you think that you've scoured this area fairly well. And deposited all of the stuff you wanted to deposit inside the mine.
All right. Well then, Uther, do you want to help me check for weak spots?
I'll help you, but you do most of the check-in. I'll hit it where you say. as my investigation is bad.
Yeah, roll me an investigation with advantage.
And as I see them do that, I'll give Naira guidance.
Bronco, come here. As he'll be trying to get the pup away from what is going to be a very loud explosion.
He's just
And-
very happily prancing around after everybody showing off his trophy.
Guidance gives him a
and
D4, yeah?
Yeah, I'm sure you'll need it.
Hey,
Good
hey.
grief. Yeah, you are actually able to see that there are bulwarks of timber that have been placed up, some of them newer, evidently placed by the goblinoids, in this old mine tunnel. And running along the ceiling and down one wall is a fairly impressive fissure that has been kept from collapsing by these bulwarks, but you're fairly confident that targeting this would be a very good way of collapsing the whole initial descent tunnel. Like, you'd probably collapse at least a good 15 to 20 feet of stone in on itself.
And I will point to exactly where I think we should both simultaneously hit with Shatter. And say I could be wrong, but I think that's where we need to hit.
That looks right to me. Yeah, let's do it.
And she will draw her rapier.
Okay. The two of you. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I'm just... It's flavored. Lorim's just playing with Valko, but he's watching them. In the moment he notices they're going to cast the spell, he just covers Valko's ears.
Aw.
Okay. Yeah, the two of you. There is this cacophonous, gust of noise and dust bursts out of the tunnel entrance as both of your spells go off.
Oh,
I'm improvising here, guys. You'll work with it.
Nice.
no, that was great.
It's amazing.
I would have been amazed if you also had a fucking image for the collapsed tunnel.
I was checking. I didn't have anything that would work, unfortunately. I was seeing if I could improv one quickly, but that's the best I can do for now.
A bunch of rocks.
Perfect. You're telling me I have to imagine it? What is this bullshit?
And yeah, there is this the noise fades and is replaced by a low and then rising rumble as the trees immediately above the entrance shake back and forth, wavering and then sinking down as there is a new billowing gust of dust up into the air from the entrance. The sound of rocks collapsing, grinding against each other in a cascade that extends both up and down. And after several moments, the noise fades. Stillness returns to the clearing, but for this drifting cloud of dust away from the entrance. And you are looking down at what is now merely a level plane of scree that has fallen down this cliffside. No sign of the entrance remains, except for this loose frontage of gravel and stone. You have sealed the mine fairly well, you are confident.
Well done. That was exactly where we needed to hit it, it seems.
Naira is just delighted. She is so pleased that this has been collapsed.
Now, I see that we have a wagon, and we have horses, and we have people. We have a town we need to take them to. Or are we going to swing up and deal with that other thing first and make them walk? I'm okay with either.
I would like to continue to pursue the goblins. I don't want to give them time or any more time to recuperate. But I obviously am not the official decision maker. We should put it up to the party.
Have them take 3 of the horses.
The woman kind of speaks up and goes, "Oh, well, I mean, if we can have the wagon, just 2 would more than do us. I mean, my man's hero was a woodsman. He can get us back to town."
When she says that, Nyx will speak up and say, well, it's going to be a little more difficult than that. Dreamer, can you get your map out? When we were fighting the goblins and as such, with Aldwell, we blew up the bridge to keep them from bringing a lot of their horde across.
Above the table, I'm just going to bring you guys over to this. So the bridge was over here. You guys are over here. So on a direct line back to the town, they'd actually be going through the ford, which was around about here.
Right, but if they didn't know that the bridge wasn't an option, wouldn't they head towards the bridge?
I mean, well, it depends on how well they knew the area, but potentially, yes. If they knew that the ford was there, that would be the more direct route.
Yeah. Nyx was going to tell them that the bridge was not an option and show them where the ford was.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah. You're able to point that out very, very easily. And there's, right. Yes, I think I know the one. Thank you.
Naira helped make sense of the map for them, by the way.
Okay, yeah, you're able to point out certain, like I say, okay, so this is that peak over there, so make sure you orient it in this direction to you. And yeah, you're able to give them what you think would be a very simple route. Basically, just make sure you keep this peak on your left shoulder and this one behind your, over to your right, and you'll be good to go. And yeah, you're able to give them what you believe to be fairly simplistic, straightforward directions. And who's giving up mounts for the cart, or are they walking?
I wouldn't mind riding with Uther.
I'm not giving up Poncho.
Lauren would give up Sunshine.
Okay. So
Did you say would or wouldn't?
Would.
So Nutmeg and Sunshine are delivered into the care of the survivors who take some time. It's obvious that at least some of them are very familiar with, they're very experienced travelers, and they very quickly hook up the reins to the cart and everything like that and pile themselves in.
Naira will say, by the way, and now you take real good care of Nutmeg. She doesn't actually belong to me. And I think Lord Murdoch would be very disappointed.
A lord? Oh, well, yeah, we'll look after them, right enough.
Yeah, just turn them to the stable and tell the kiss-ass stable hands they belong to us. They'll take good care.
As you say, my lord. They spend a few minutes just effusively thanking each of you in turn. Any of you that let them receive these very genuine, somewhat fervent embraces from several of them, as they again just heap thanks and gratitude upon each of you in turn, declaring again and again how you have saved their lives. Looking back and with a mixture of kind of joy and relief on their faces at the collapsed mine, as they seem, that brings an end to this whole episode of their lives. And after a few minutes of this, unless any of you have anything in particular that you want to say or do with them, they will pile into the wagon and begin making their way out into the woods.
How long did it take us to get here from Aldwell?
About 2 days.
Okay, Nyx is going to go over to Horse and out of the saddlebag is going to give them the 5 rations that he has.
Okay. They are accepted most gratefully.
And Lauren will just pat Sunshine on the neck and just say, "Alright, you take good care of him." And just walk away. As he sniffles, I promise I won't cry. No, I'm kidding.
And yeah, they waving goodbye to you in turn. The wagon creaks off down the forest trail and is very quickly lost in the trees as they make their way south and west.
I remember one of the goblins out here shot at us with a longbow. Can I have grabbed that?
Yeah, the hobgoblins were the ones with the longbows, but yes,
Oh, yeah.
you can absolutely have equipped yourself with one of those.
Yeah, I just grabbed the longbow, and then everybody else earmuffs, but I messaged you a little earlier in Discord. Can you just let me know if that
my
happened?
Discord is Foobar right now, so can you actually message me in your private channel? I can see the server chat, but I can't see like my one-on-one chats until I reset Discord.
Okay, so I can just post it in my, like, where I do my journal?
Yeah, if you post it there, I'll be able to see it.
To be fair, they were distracted at the time that I sent that message with finding the stone
Yeah.
in the back of the neck.
That's cool. Go ahead and roll me inside the private chat. Go ahead and roll me a d20 there.
I took off my headphones and put them back on when I saw you both stop talking. And I just hear, and roll a d20. It's like, okay.
Okay. Yes, you were successful.
Thank you.
One second, I'm just dealing with another message. Okay. Okay, so the 5 of you are standing outside the entrance of the cave. The people that you rescued have headed off into the forest. You know that the shaman, your ultimate quarry, or at least your current quarry, is somewhere out there in the Dorvashi wilds. And we will continue your pursuit of him next week, as we will end it there for today's session.
Yay! We did it!
We did it.
We're heroes.
We were already heroes.
Well-
Rocco's a hero now too.
Yeah.
That revelation of the hobgoblins having things in the back of their neck. Whew.
Creepy, especially the skin turning black bit. It's like, oh, it's corrosive.
So I wonder if that's the case. I'm curious then, because I thought maybe the hobgoblins were in charge, but now I think it was the goblins.
Or just somebody trying to dominate complete control.
Well, I think the shaman guy.
Yeah.
We
It's
can
actually-
always cry on him.
We do have that possibility now.
We
I
are
don't think we
familiar
should,
with
it's
them.
fine.
It's like, where is he?
Yeah, but the question is, do you really want to scry on a goblin? 9 times out of 10, the answer should be no.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
You do it at the exact moment he goes to the bathroom. Oh no!
You are then scarred for life. Give me a wisdom save.
Just a quick logistical question: could Lorium and Nyx both ride on the same horse without the horse dying?
I mean, yeah, it would be like the horse is going to be feeling it the next day, kind of thing. But yeah,
Poor horse.
Poor Lorium.
Aw.
Andrew, could you thank you.
It's like I have a thing I could do, but it's gonna wait 2 days.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I figured that's why you were giving up the horse. Because I was
that
going
only 2
to send
days?
the horse back, but you were like, "Yeah, I'll do it," and I was like, "Not sunshine."
Sunshine is eternal. It's okay.
There are 2 things in this world that are eternal. Doom and sunshine.
Ooh, sunshine is your summon.
No,
Oh,
but
It's gonna
yeah,
be the, it's
but
gonna be the
no.
opposite of sunshine.
so if it dies, that's who you're gonna summon. Sunshine back.
Sunshine 2.
Sunshine never dies.
no, it's all just sunshine. Doesn't matter how many I have to go through. They're all just sunshine.
Well, yeah, because when the sun sets, it rises the next day.
Exactly. See, someone gets it.
My
That's
buddy
dope.
does that with dogs. So he's on like George the Third or something.
I don't like that.
No, it's a legacy.
That's how he viewed it. He's like, kings keep the same name. Why can't my dog have the same name? The one before him was awesome, and he'll be awesome. Why can't I? I was like, sure.
You're like, sure, it's okay. We put down the knife, please.
Whatever you say, man.
Yeah.
Damn it! I wanted to see what the super hugger was.
Mm-mm.
Start back in.
we'll
Start digging
never know.
No. No, sir. Mm-mm.
Watch this. I
that
go
would
over
be
yeah.
the
here.
only thing you missed down there.
I go over here. This is a 15 long fucking log. I'm just gonna drag it. Yeah.
Wait, you said that's not the only thing we missed down there?
Oh no, yeah, there was
No, we
like
missed
at
several
least-
chambers.
Yeah, there were several chambers that you guys didn't explore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you never will.
Nope.
I
Well,
can't-
never say never until
guess
someone
that's
summons us
right.
into that summoning circle.
Yeah, true.
We're then found there for eternity.
I battering ram the fucking log into the pile. I used under a smite. I make the pile even worse.
Just
I cast Bane on you.
FYI,
Yeah, you can spend some time if you like, just like dragging extra stones and logs and everything up into it to just create this unholy kind of blockage.
by the way, what I was DMing you about is will affect what Naira is doing right now.
Yes, yeah, and we'll deal with that in the next session. So right now, you guys have just kind of said goodbye to them. You've blown the entrance, and we'll I know what you.
No,
Yeah, I got the
Andrew,
DM in.
we would have to retcon that, Andrew. I
Oh.
wouldn't have blown the entrance.
Okay. In that, well, it's 2 a.m. right now, so we'll deal with that at the start of next session. Then.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
that's fair.
Oh no.
Oh no, what's happening? I'm scared, guys.
No. Curiosity is kill the. Oh.
Oh no, he brought the vac. No, get him out. Go. Sunshine, be free.
It hurt to say goodbye once. Don't make me do it again.
Oh, large wagon.
It'll be fine
Big wagon.
in that giant wagon.
Yeah. Like Loram. Big old
But
wagon.
okay. So we'll deal with the DMs that I got and everything, and figure that out at the start of the next session. For now, I'm glad you guys all had a good time exploring the mine and dealing with the unexpected things encountered in its depths. Ruffle stomping my demon.
Yeah.
And I will see you all tomorrow, actually.
Yay!
Yay!
We're
We're not gonna die
Yay!
tomorrow either.
Never totally dying tomorrow.
Night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Night.
Bye.